Good morning, everyone, / afternoon, evening, wherever you are, whatever time it is. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV, and we are here to bring you some live updates. As many of you have already heard, a U.S. fighter jet was shot down over Iran, and CNN reports that one of the crew members has been found and is getting medical treatment and is in U.S. custody. So you can see the headline there from AP. U.S. launches rescue operation after Iranian state TV claims fighter jet went down. And let me real quick just mention what the CNN report is saying. Again, they are reporting that one of the two crew members has been found. They say, CNN, that the pilot is alive and the U.S. has that pilot and is receiving medical treatment. This was reportedly an F-15E fighter jet that was downed over Iran. I know before I went to bed last night, I had posted, there were some pictures coming out last night on Iranian state media of they claimed it was a fighter jet that had been shot down of debris, but it wasn't clear if it was legit. Apparently it was legit. I'm going to see if I can pull up some of those photos now. Also, CBS News is reporting that one crew member from that F-15E fighter jet has been rescued. CBS News is also reporting that as well. So yes, as Kranken says, I believe initially in state media, at least the report I saw, Iran had initially said it was an F-35. This is reportedly an F-15E. And hold on a second here. But again, one of two crew reportedly rescued by U.S. I should change that to rescued. As for the other one, we do not know. Let me also check and try to get you. The reports say shot down. So one of our viewers said could have been plane failure. In theory, yes. Again, I'm just going off multiple reports say the plane was shot down. Axios reports it. Let's see here. I'll actually check in the different reports what the different reports say. Reuters says shot down. Axios says shot down. CNN says shot down. The Fox News report says went down. What if I say reports? What if we do this? Reports, U.S. jet shot down over Iran. So that's what reports say. Because it's not been confirmed by the, fair enough, it's not been confirmed by the U.S. government yet. All right, we're going to be taking your comments on the air, bringing you the latest updates. I'm going to show you also some of the stuff, if I can grab it here, that Iran state media has been posting. Let's see here. Oh, also, is there a, hold on a second. There's a pre-alert, by the way, just so you know, there's a pre-alert for a missiles, for missile launches, one or more missiles heading towards northern Israel. I do not have a camera in northern Israel, but just so you know, there is a pre-alert. Also, there's a drone warning in northern Israel, some drone warnings, some drone alerts as well. But pre-alert for Haifa and other parts of northern Israel, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Okay? Give me also a moment here. What I need to do is so hang on. Hang on a second. You can check out Intel cams for some cameras from northern Israel. Intel cams on YouTube. I'm just trying to find you here. Oh, the IRGC intelligence. Hold on a second here. Hang on. Ah, yes. There's a Revolutionary Guard X account which posted a picture or pictures. So let me pull that up here for you. Oh, sorry, when I changed the headline, I changed the wrong word. Give me one moment here. Now here, this is reportedly the seat. This was posted by an Iranian Revolutionary Guard intelligence, the IRGC intelligence X account, and that was mentioned by Iranian state media. A picture of the airplane seat. So let me show you this. This is an Iranian Revolutionary Guard X account, okay? And it says the American narrative playbook these days say that the lack of a target bank means dynamic operations, define failure as the end of the mission, pass off disagreement and resignation as a change of command, sell the need for agreement out of weakness as a swift and smart deal, call a regional retreat a redefinition of priorities. So this picture was posted by the IRGC intelligence account, and that is purportedly the one of the plane seats. With the, I guess, the parachute thing on the back that slows it down. Yeah, presumably the pilots would have ejected. Give me one moment here. Why can't I search it all? Crazy. Anyone having any issue searching on X? There is video coming out, by the way. I don't have the rights to it, of aircraft searching, flying low and searching over Iran. I'm going to post a link in the chat to one of those videos. I've seen multiple videos, and I've reposted multiple videos of aircraft searching for the missing. Well, now it looks like supposedly it's one missing crew member, and one of two reportedly has been rescued. Let me quickly, I want to thank our moderators. I need to post a link to my X account and pin that in the chat. If the moderators on Twitch and Facebook could pin it, that would be fantastic. I'm going to pin it myself over on YouTube. All right, so let me do that. Hold on. Just hold on a minute. Give me a moment. I need one more moment. One more moment here. Hang on a moment. Iranian state media claims that this is one of the seats from the downed plane posted by an IRGC social media account. Okay, so again, I just want to mention this again. The Iranian state media says that this is one of the seats from the plane. It was posted by what Iranian state media says an Iranian Revolutionary Guard X account. Okay. In a few minutes, I will, there's other photos that Iranian state media has claimed is of the wreckage, which they had posted overnight, so I'll try to show you some of that. Again, I cannot verify that photo, but I would not at all be surprised if it's legit. Hang on a second here. Again, there's reportedly one pilot who has not been found and one pilot who has been rescued. Iranian media, and I don't have the rights to this one, but Iranian state media also posted a video they said was Iranians searching for American pilots. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Why is X seems to be a little off today? Okay, now it's working. Hey, thanks to our mods. Ruth is modding right now. Roberts May Queen is modding. Thank you so much, Ruth and Roberts May Queen. Beth Mythical, thank you so much. And also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you. And Idaho Star, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch. Thanks so much for moderating over there. And I also want to thank our Facebook moderators. Oops, what happened here? Hold on. Hi 3 on Twitch. Thanks so much for moderating. I know you're hearing two of me. I know you're hearing two of me. Hold on a second here. And also, Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley are moderating over on Facebook. Thank you very much. Also, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. And also a quick thank you to Thomas P0419. Thank you so much, Thomas, for the memberships, and TE88 for the memberships as well. TE88, Thomas Thomas P0419. Anybody else that I missed in there? Again, there's still this ongoing, YouTube issue, which makes it impossible for me to go back and see the memberships, which they say they're fixing any day now. So if I missed a membership, I'm really sorry. Marks, thank you for being a member as well. And also Intimid on Twitch. Also, the King of Wit gave 10 people gift subs on Twitch. Make sure you thank the King of Wit or Thomas or TE88 or anybody else who gave you a gift sub or a gift memberships. Thank you so much, the King of Wit. I appreciate that. And also, thanks to everybody for tuning in. So let's get some more updates for you right now. Still no word on the second crew member. Multiple reports that one crew member of the two has been rescued by the U.S. Here, look, you can see one crew member rescued after U.S. fighter jet goes down in Iran. AP says the rescue occurred as the U.S. military was conducting a search and rescue operation. Israel is helping the U.S. with the search and rescue operation. The White House press secretary said President Trump had been briefed but did not offer any additional information. It is the first time the U.S. has lost an aircraft in Iranian territory and constitutes a dramatic escalation in the war. Social media footage showed American drones, aircraft, and helicopters flying over the mountainous region where a TV channel affiliated with Iranian state television had said earlier Friday that at least one pilot bailed out of the fighter jet. An anchor on the channel urged residents to hand over any enemy pilot to police and promised a reward for anyone who did. The channel is in Kokiluyeh and Boyer Ahmad province, an intensely rural and mountainous region that spans over 5,900 square miles. Authorities also urged the public to search for the pilot in neighboring Chahar Mahal and Bakhtiari province. Throughout the war, Iran has made a series of claims about shooting down piloted enemy aircraft that turned out to be not true. Friday was the first time Iran went on television urging the public to look for a suspected downed pilot. An on-screen crawl earlier urged the public to shoot them if you can, referring to social media footage circulating of what appeared to be U.S. aircraft in the area, telling people to shoot the aircraft down. The channel showed metal debris in the back of a pickup truck while making the announcement, but provided no further immediate details. Also, Kuwait had announced that an oil refinery, the Mina al-Ahmadi oil refinery, which is a major oil refinery, came under Iranian attack, and Kuwait Petroleum Corporation said firefighters were working to control several blazes. Also, Kuwait claimed an Iranian attack caused material damage to a desalination plant. Such plants are responsible for most of the drinking water for Gulf states, and they have become a major target in the war. Well, I mean, it's not clear that Iran has been firing too many drones or missiles at these. It's been more of a threat that Iran has said they're going to do. They might do. Iran has threatened to start widely targeting them. So we'll have to get you more on that as well. I know people are sending me stuff. Give me a moment. I got to just get caught up eventually and check the messages and everything. Thank you to UkeNW Adapts for being a member. And Per Christian Ling for being a member. Trying to check Iranian state media as well. Give me a moment here. Let's see if I can pull up here some of the earlier Iranian state media stuff on this. The Iranian parliament speaker posted. This is from the Iranian parliament speaker. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament posted, after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please? Wow, what incredible progress, absolute geniuses. That's from M.B. Ghalibaf, he is the Speaker of Iran's parliament. Just hang on a moment here. Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple things here. There are pictures from Iranian state media where they claim that these are pictures from the plane. Just to give you a sense of some of what they have posted. Let's see if I can show these. So, can you see this? Again, these are Iranian state media posted pictures. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. President Trump has not posted about this yet. Hang on. Okay, Iranian state media says this is a piece they found. Can you guys see this? Hold on, try this again. Is this working? No. Let me try this again. Hang on, I got to do this a different way. Oh, I know what I'll do. Here we go. This will be better. Okay, so here are, that is a picture that Iranian state media posted right there. See that right there? And they said that's part of the plane. They said that this is part of the plane. They posted a bunch of pictures. I mean, they were posting stuff about, I want to say about 9-10 hours ago. This stuff is not, these are not new pictures. This is stuff they initially started posting, and people were like, is that really legit? And then they posted this, and what they said is that the part that they found here, you can see is from a plane, and they say that this drawing, this design on the plane is from here, which is from here. So they have pictures like that. And then they also, Iranian state media, posted, if I can dig it up here, they posted a picture supposedly of a crater. Where is that at? Oops, sorry. Hold on a moment here. I got to find that. Get an F-15 plane. Oh, I think I found it here. Oh, here, this is just another picture here. But here's another one of their pictures that they posted that they said this is part of the plane right here. Can you see this? Hold on. This picture right there. Jelly Plane says probably legitimate pictures. Yes, at this point, with all of the reporting of a plane being down, yes, my guess is that these are all legit pictures. And I don't know, it hasn't been confirmed it was shot down. A number of reports say it was shot down. What I'm trying to find for you is there's one picture which is, hold on a second here. Oh, it's got to be in here somewhere. Where is it? I found it. Okay, now what I'm going to show you is, this is a picture that supposedly is of the crater that was caused when the plane went down. By the way, these pictures were posted by Tasneem State News and Fars State News. Tasneem and Fars. Why is this not working? I think it's working. Try this again. Hold on a moment. Just give me a moment here. There it is. Can you see this? There is, again, I cannot verify this, but Iranian state media says that that is a crater where the plane went down. Again, Tasnim state media and Tasnim and TASNIM and also Fars media. Yes, and I already showed you the photo that was purportedly of the seat of the plane. This was posted by a Revolutionary Guard X account, IRGC intelligence account on X, and it was reported on by Iranian state media claiming that that is one of the seats of the plane, which looks like, there were reports that the pilot is ejected, and looks like some, whatever they call the parachute thing, looks like on the seat. I can't confirm that that's a legit photo, but that was posted by state media as well. I'm going to say, I've seen a number of outlets say shot down. Some of them say downed. And hold on. No official confirmation from the U.S. Yeah, again, CNN said shot down. Reuters said shot down. AP says went down. Wall Street Journal says shot down. So for now, I'm going to keep that report say shot down. By the way, the F-15 has a pilot in the front seat and a weapons system officer in the rear seat. Let me show you something about the F-15E right here. F-15E. That's what it looks like right there. Oopsie, I did something wrong. What did I do? Oh, I see. Why is this like this? I see. I messed that up. Okay, that is an F-15E. That's what it looks like. There are two people. This is an Air Force. That's not the F-15E. That's an example of an F-15E Strike Eagle plane. You can see two crew members, a pilot and a weapons system officer. One of our viewers said, very expensive. What is the cost of an F-15E? By the way, I certainly hope they find the other pilot. Unit cost, $31.1 million, according to the webpage of the Air Force. That's what it says on this page. But I don't know if it's like unit cost plus, do you have to factor in the cost of the whole program to develop it? I don't know. But at the bottom it says unit cost $31.1 million. Oh, fiscal year 98 constant dollars. Well, so it could be in 2026 dollars, it could be higher. If it's 1998 constant dollars. I'll have to look that up. I mean, just with inflation in 2026, that would cost a lot more. What is this? Anyways, I'm a little confused. The Wall Street Journal said that newer models cost close to $100 million. So that's according to the Wall Street Journal. They say the newer models of the F-15 fighters cost around $100 million. Thank you, by the way, to Thomas P. 0419, who has given so many memberships. It's very kind of you, Thomas. Thank you very much for the memberships. I do want to mention, because I think it's important, the Kuwaiti Petroleum Company had said overnight that where is it here? That the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery was attacked. See, it says Kuwait Petroleum Company confirms that the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery was targeted by a malicious drone attack on Friday, resulting in fires in several operational units. No injuries reported. Now, I don't know the exact damage there. That is important refinery, though. If you look it up, what you can find is hang on a second here. It has a large, where is this? Give you some more details about it here. That refinery has a capacity of 346,000 barrels per day, the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery. It's one of the largest refineries in the Middle East, okay? one of the largest in the Middle East. So I don't know what the current status is there of that refinery. And then remember, Kuwait also said overnight that, let me show you this. Kuwait said that one of the power generation and water desalination stations, I believe most people in the Gulf get their drinking water from desalination, where salt is taken out of salt water. One of the power generation and water desalination stations was subjected to attack this dawn by the sinful Iranian aggression, resulting in material damage. I believe material means significant. The technical teams and emergency crews immediately began addressing the repercussions of the incident to ensure continuity of operations. Oh, sorry, I was off the screen. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Again, multiple reports say one crew member has been rescued. No word on the other one. Also, we don't know the exact condition of the one that's been rescued. The New York Times says when U.S. planes are shot down, the first step is to eject safely from the aircraft via parachute. Then pilots on the ground have to find a secure place to evade capture and also use radios that they have to share their locations with U.S. forces. I've heard nothing from Iranian media about capturing someone. I am keeping an eye for any word from Iranian media. But I have not seen it yet. Again, video floating around. I have posted some on my X account of American aircraft flying low over Iran to do this search. Iran time is going to be right now. I'll put Iran time on the screen. Iran time is actually 8:47 p.m. $8:48, I believe. $8:48. Ed Weeby, our viewer, says, we have extraction teams that specialize in this. Be patient. Oh, okay. AP is reporting. AP is now reporting. I just saw this from John Gambrell. The U.S. military says the American aircraft was shot down according to an email obtained by Associated Press. Now, Reuters is reporting that it was shot down too. A U.S. fighter jet has been shot down over Iran, and a search and rescue operation is underway. This is a bit of an older report because it doesn't have the news that one person of the two has been found. But again, AP is reporting now that the U.S. government said in an email that it had been shot down. And just so you can see here again, AP says one crew member rescued after U.S. fighter jet shot down in Iran, AP sources say. Yes, look at this right here. According to an email from the Pentagon obtained by the Associated Press, the U.S. military said that it received notification of an aircraft being shot down in the Middle East. The email did not provide more details. This is the first time the U.S. has lost aircraft in Iranian territory. Carla Babb says, one source tells me a Blackhawk may have been hit over Iran by conducting rescue ops to find the second F-15 pilot. I'm told that the Blackhawk was tailed by a trail of smoke as it crossed into southern Iraq from Iran today. So again, Carla Babb, who I follow, and she has been doing military coverage for a while. She's currently with Newsmax. I certainly consider her reliable. She says that one source tells me that a Blackhawk may have also been hit over Iran while conducting rescue ops to find the second F-15 pilot. I'm told the Blackhawk was tailed by a trail of smoke as it crossed into southern Iraq from Iran today. Trying to get you more updates here. Checking Iranian media as well. Oh, I wanted to check something here. To repeat, I have seen nothing in Iranian media of any kind of announcement of a pilot being captured by them. Haven't seen any of that yet. Give me one moment here. No official comment from the White House. I have not seen any kind of official comment from the U.S. government. At least one news outlet said that Carolyn Leavitt had told them that the president had been updated, but that was the whole statement. By the way, I was looking here to see what is being tracked on Flight Radar 24. Well, top tracked is a tanker plane, refueling tanker over Iraq that looks like it's flying back towards Israel maybe. I don't see anything, tons of people are tracking. There's nothing on the flight radar from Iran right now, Flight Radar 24. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to be able to track the planes doing the search and rescue. As soon as I see any update about the second crew member, I'll let you know. And we don't know the condition of the first crew member. In case you haven't seen it, Iranian state media said that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard on their arrival, and I actually saw the account. This is a photo posted by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard intelligence account on X and discussed in Iranian state media, which appears to show, it purportedly shows a seat from the plane. Lola says, save the missing pilot now. Oh, now, where is this report? Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Mer News Iranian state media just posted this like cartoon poster. And on the top, it's Trump smiling. And on the bottom, it's plane searching. And it says, Trump's imagination, we destroyed Iran's air defenses, versus reality, search operation for missing pilot. I posted it on my X account. I'll post a link to it here. But they just posted it on Iranian state media. Certainly, Iranian government and state media making a lot of this. As I mentioned before, the Speaker of Iran's parliament posted this. Mohammed Bakir Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, posted, after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please? Wow, what incredible progress, absolute geniuses. Our viewer, Logra, says Iranian propaganda. One of our viewers said the pilot will be used as leverage. Lou says no operation is perfect. Hope People See the Truth says, what if these U.S. military soldiers were your family? Very sad. Bringing you the latest updates here. The Washington Post says the condition of the rescued person was not immediately clear, and an intense effort was underway to recover the second crew member. They say it's unclear whether the aircraft was brought down by enemy fire or if an accident or malfunction may have played a role. Again, a number of reports say it was shot down, but we don't know that for sure. This is an F-15E plane, which are operated by two crew members, a pilot and a weapons system officer. The Washington Post says Iranian television broadcast a statement from local merchants in western Iran offering a reward for recovery of downed crew members. Another broadcast called on residents to target any Americans they found. Although I believe I saw a description that said on TV, it said to shoot at the planes searching. So I'm not sure if they were saying target like a pilot if you find them, or the other report I read said they were saying on TV, fire at, American planes that might be searching. The state broadcaster IRIB said on social media many people had gone to the crash site to capture the pilot, and the Iranian military called on the people not to let anyone mistreat the pilot. The Post says that combat search and rescue operations are some of the riskiest missions carried out by the U.S. military. Air crews and recovery personnel are on constant standby for such operations. Then they rush into a rapidly evolving and chaotic environment. While these personnel are backed by combat-capable troops, helicopters and planes used for such missions are vulnerable to enemy fire because they fly lower to the ground and must rely on other armed aircraft to protect them. It's a high-risk mission, said retired General James Sleef. The longer somebody's on the ground, the less opportunity you have to safely recover them. Teams are launched immediately, usually with incomplete information on what to expect because of the risks faced by downed pilots and the chance that if they are captured, they will then be exploited by U.S. adversaries, General Sleef said. General Sleef said, you want to deny the adversary the opportunity to use a captured service member as propaganda. Video verified by the Washington Post shows a C-130 refueling aircraft flying low in Iran about 90 miles east from its border with Iraq. The tanker is shown fueling two HH-60G helicopters, which specialize in combat search and rescue. An expert, Mark Kansian, said the fact that they are flying so low and slow indicates willingness to take a lot of risk. Oh, I just saw something here. Not about the plane, but about something else. Give me one moment. One moment here. Where would this be? Oh, wow. This is a report from Abu Dhabi. The Abu Dhabi media office reports. Hang on, let me just make sure this got done correctly. Why is everything not working? Having some issues with X today. There we go. Abu Dhabi says, as part of the ongoing follow-up to the previously reported incident at Habshan gas facilities caused by falling debris. I will say this, I cannot confirm when Abu Dhabi says caused by falling debris following the successful interception of air defense systems. It seems to me that very regularly when some of these Gulf countries are reporting on damage in their country, they claim it's due to falling debris from a successful interception. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if any of these are direct hits. That being said, they say, as part of the ongoing follow-up to the previously reported incident at Habshan gas facilities caused by, they say, falling debris following the successful interception by air defense systems, authorities confirmed that 2 fires broke out and emergency response teams acted swiftly to bring the situation under control. As the result of this incident, 1 Egyptian national tragically lost his life during the evacuation of the site. Again, is that true? Or was there a missile hit that killed somebody? I don't know. In addition, 4 individuals sustained minor injuries, 2 Pakistani nationals and 2 Egyptian nationals. Significant damage has occurred at the facilities and an assessment is ongoing. That is in the UAE. That's the Habshan gas facilities. So Iran had a number of strikes in the last, I believe it's the last day, because I think that happened in the last day. When was that first reported? So I believe in the last day, Iran has struck a gas facilities in Abu Dhabi, a oil refinery in Kuwait, and a power plant / desalination plant in Kuwait. Oh, this is UAE's largest natural gas processing facility. According to Bloomberg, this is it's the UAE's, the Habshan gas facility is the UAE's largest natural gas. It's the largest natural gas processing facility. It's the main facility for collecting and processing gas from the UAE's gas fields and distributing it for domestic use. And they say that Abu Dhabi suspended operations at this plant. Oilprice.com says this is the second time operations at Habshan gas facility has been suspended following attacks since the war began. Still have not seen anything on the second pilot. Raycat says, I have a bad feeling about the second pilot. Well, again, large rescue operation underway for this second pilot. Tasnim state media in Iran said that news sources told them that the Americans had dispatched several Blackhawk helicopters and a Hercules 130 hours ago to free their downed fighter pilot. And one of the helicopters was attacked by defense forces near the border and fled the scene of the operation. That's what Iranian state media said. Remember, Carla Babb, who's a defense reporter with Newsmax, she reported that one source tells me a Blackhawk may have also been hit over Iran while conducting rescue ops to find the second pilot. She says, I'm told the Blackhawk was tailed by a trail of smoke as it crossed into southern Iraq from Iran today. Hey, thank you so much, Thomas. P0419, who gave more memberships. Thomas, that's so nice of you. Thomas from Sweden, I really appreciate your support, Thomas. Thank you. Also, Live Pro Free Fire Elite, I think it is. Thanks for being a member. Also, thank you to Fidericus Rex for subscribing on Twitch. Donut Catnap and Sundance for subscribing, and All That I Am for subscribing on Twitch, and Major Nick 88 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks also Intimid and again, the King of Wit, thank you so much on Twitch, and Digital Communist, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, and KDS Dad 92, thank you for the membership. Kuwait says that they are now, once again, air defenses in Kuwait are active, currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. We are bringing you the latest updates here. Nothing about the second pilot yet. You know, there was another interesting thing I wanted to mention, which was I can find it here. Oh, hold on. Oh, hey guys, there is a new early warning. This is early warning, early missile warning, new launch detected. That is for northern Israel. I do not have cameras there in northern Israel. You can check out Intel cams on YouTube if you want. But in the red here, that is the early warning area, so expecting missile alerts in northern Israel soon. Doesn't look like Haifa is in the area. It's everything in red here, according to so far red alert. So near Haifa, but not Haifa itself, according to the map that I'm looking at on so far red alert. Where is my water? Hang on, I just need to grab my water. Give me about 10 seconds. Hold on. Okay. I'll keep an eye on that. Just want to mention this as well. President Trump has proposed boosting defense spending to $1.5 trillion in his 2027 budget released Friday, the largest such release in decades, says AP. The sizable increase for the Pentagon, some 44%, had been telegraphed by President Trump even before the U.S.-led war against Iran. The president's plan would also reduce spending on non-defense programs by 10%. AP does say that the president's annual budget is considered a reflection of the administration's values and does not carry the force of law. The massive document typically highlights an administration's priorities, but Congress, which handles federal spending issues, is free to reject it and often does. This year's White House document is intended to provide a roadmap from the president to Congress as lawmakers build their own budgets and annual appropriations bills to keep the government funded. Expecting missile alerts in northern Israel shortly. You can see the early warning area in northern Israel. Expecting missile alerts shortly. Any moment now. You can check Intel cams if you want on YouTube for some cameras in northern Israel. Now it says the incident has ended. Was this a false alarm or was the missile intercepted? Look, the warnings went away. Let me check and see what's being reported about this. It says Home Front Command Those staying in the protected areas can leave. I don't know why that would happen there. Oh, N12 News says the missile fired at Israel will not reach Israel. So no alarms will be triggered. There you go. This was a U.S. fighter jet, F-15E fighter jet that has reportedly been shot down in Iran. And reportedly one of the two pilots, technically there's a pilot, I believe, and a weapons officer, but basically two, depending on how you use the word pilot, in the general sense of the word pilot, one of the two has been found, the other has not. One of the two crew members. The U.S. has recovered one of the two. That person is alive. And hang on a moment here. I can turn the volume up a little bit on the Beirut feed. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, Iranian state media has posted a bunch of pictures of, small, what they say are small parts of this plane. But we haven't seen any kind of, we certainly haven't seen any kind of huge fuselage pieces. I've seen no pieces of the fuselage. And there is a photo of a crater. So you wonder, was this a hard crash that the pilots had ejected from? I want to pull that picture of the crater up again. Some gunfire. Michael Avery says, I saw one pic of a sizable piece like the hard points under the wing. I'm going to put up the crater pic again. Here again is that picture posted by Iranian state media of what they say is a crater where this happened. It's from Tasneem. Then there's pictures like this of debris. There's a bunch of pictures like this that they have posted of pieces. That's one of the larger pieces there. Nope, no confirmation from CENTCOM. No confirmation. I've only seen one seat picture. We've talked about that. Purportedly, the seat posted by Iranian state media. And a seat found. Actually, that was published by the Revolutionary Guard Intelligence X account. And some of our viewers have said they haven't found a second seat. I haven't seen a picture of a second seat. Doesn't mean it's not there somewhere. If I see an official comment from the U.S. government, I'll certainly mention it. Oh, I have a statement from new update from the Iranian armed forces. Iranian armed forces says, following the U.S. president's, here, let me show you. I'll show you some. There's a whole statement they gave. The Iranian armed forces gave an update, but this is just some of the statement here. But just so you can see it, it says, following the U.S. president's false claims that Iran's air defenses had been completely destroyed, a hostile U.S. fighter was hit and destroyed, they claim, in central Iranian skies by the Revolutionary Guard's new advanced aerospace defense system under the control of the country's integrated air defense network. The fighter jet was completely destroyed and further searches are ongoing. They also talk about other things that have gone on today. Yeah, like I have this kind of stuff. They make these kind of claims all the time that frequently are never verified. They said that they targeted a secret gathering place of American flight engineers and fighter pilots outside enemy bases in the Emirates and hit it precisely, with ballistic missiles causing significant casualties. I've seen nothing to suggest that's true. They make lots of claims, the military there. But they do say that they destroyed the plane, that the plane has been destroyed. The Wall Street Journal reports that mediators said today that the current round of attempts to reach a ceasefire has reached a dead end, and the journal says that mediators said Iran has told the mediators it is not willing to meet U.S. officials in Pakistan and that U.S. demands are unacceptable. Here's another picture. Reuters posted a couple pictures from Iranian state media of the plane. You know what? Give me a moment here. I will show you this in a second. Oops. Here, see, you have this. Have we looked at this picture yet? Right? Why is this all weird? Give me a second. Why is this not showing? Let's try this again. There we go. So that's a picture from Iranian state media of another plane part. And there again, there's another one coming up right here. I know that says Europe. I believe that's because this may have been based. It may be a U.S. plane that's based in Europe, maybe in the U.K., but I'm not sure. But again, that's not it's not new news that that's what the plane said. You can see here, U.S. jet, fighter jet shot down over Iran, search underway for crew. Yeah. Ian Feared said RAF Lakenheath in UK. Some people online were saying that. I can't confirm it. Now remember, multiple reports say one of the two crew members has been rescued. Iranian officials called on civilians to be on the lookout for survivors and have flooded social media with images that purport to show wreckage from the aircraft. William Goodhind, a forensic imagery analyst with Contested Ground, said images of the plane's tail fin, seen in photos posted on social media, are consistent with that of an F-15E Strike Eagle. Iran claims that the number of dead in the U.S. attack on the Iran B-1 bridge in Karaj yesterday, Iran claims that 13 people have now died in that attack. That's what Iran claims. Ethan thinks the U.S. can't be relied upon to confirm anything. It is 2:19 Eastern Time. We do not have any confirmation of anything from the U.S. government. Hearing some gunfire in the background on the Beirut cam. I am constantly checking Iranian state media to see if they mention more about this at all. CNN said that the image of a damaged ejection seat is consistent with F-15E U.S. fighter jet. Yes. That is this image right here from Iranian state media. Here. CNN says that picture of the damaged ejector seat is consistent with an F-15E U.S. fighter jet. We have not heard of anyone being captured yet. Carla Babb of Newsmax, military reporter, updated her report. She says, I have now confirmed that the Blackhawk, which is a Blackhawk helicopter which was involved in the search operation, was hit by Iran. The crew is accounted for and is safe, a U.S. official tells me. So again, Carla Babb, who's a military reporter for Newsmax, said that two U.S. officials told her that that she said that a source told her a Blackhawk may have been hit over Iran while conducting rescue ops to find the second F-15 pilot. Now she says, I've now confirmed the Blackhawk was hit by Iran. The crew of the Blackhawk is accounted for and is safe. Hasn't the U.S. never commented on the whole AWACS report? Remember the report, all those reports from a few days ago that a U.S. AWACS plane got destroyed in an attack on a Saudi Arabian airbase, and there were photos that were released that appeared to show it? I don't know that there was ever any U.S. comment on that either way. Did they ever speak to that? Maybe they said at some point and I missed it. Again, there was a reported attack on, there were multiple reports from multiple news outlets of one or more attacks. I think it was last week on a Saudi airbase in which multiple U.S. aircraft were damaged. And I don't know that the U.S. ever made an official comment on it. Maybe they do a press conference that I missed. When was the last press conference? Was there one last week? I don't even remember, but I don't recall seeing any comment on that. Daniel Lombard says, every day that passes poses a threat to the men and women in the military. Do what we have to do now and put an end to this conflict. That's what our viewer Daniel Lombard said. Still nothing about the second pilot or the second crew member in this plane. The War Zone, which is a military news site I really like, has an article about the reports of the plane going down. They say the photos of the plane appear genuine and are certainly consistent with parts of an F-15E, including one of the vertical tails and parts of the wing and tail. They said there's also the possibility the images derived from an earlier F-15E loss, although multiple outlets say that U.S. officials have confirmed to them that a plane has gone down. I posted the link to this article in the chat from The War Zone, twz.com. The War Zone says, despite claims from U.S. officials of aerial superiority over Iran, the continued risk from various air defense systems is something that we have repeatedly drawn attention to. The War Zone also points out that it's very risky to do search and rescue like this. They say the risks are immense, as putting many more lives and assets, the latter of which could be more vulnerable than the one lost, at risk in order to rescue a small number of aircrew, can cascade quickly into a much larger disaster. Sreverer or something like that. Srever said, no one gets left behind. Thank you. Relax, chill, sleep music. Yes, we have been saying that on the broadcast, that it's reportedly an F-15E. I don't have it in the headline because there's just a limited amount of space in the headline. But yes, we have mentioned before it is reportedly an F-15E. Thank you, Relax, Chill, Sleep Music, for being a member. We actually showed before the Air Force page about the F-15E. Right here. F-15E Strike Eagle. That is what it looks like. You can see two crew members, a pilot and weapons system officer. Hang on one moment here. What I have to do is do this. Thank you again to our moderators. We have Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Let's see, hold on a moment here. Over on Facebook, Margaret Riley is moderating. Thanks also Brian Davio for being a subscriber over there, and Christy Claft. Also, thanks so much to, by the way, a quick thanks to Pete DePot Pusher. Pete is over there on YouTube and gave 5 people memberships, which I really appreciate that. Also, PA Outdoors, thanks so much for being a member on YouTube. Also on YouTube, thanks Roberts, May Queen, and Beth Mythical and Ruth. I really appreciate you modding over there. Thanks so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Did I thank Roberts, May Queen too? I think I said Roberts, May Queen. Thank you for modding. Also on Twitch, thanks so much to our mods there like Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, McBritches, and Sarah. Thank you. Also thanks Cece and Birdie Lady over there on Twitch for your support. Bringing you the latest updates here. One of our viewers, some of our viewers like FKLD are wondering if only one pilot ejected. That I do not know. We've seen one photo of a apparent seat that had ejected, but don't know. I've seen nothing. Oh. I see a photo on Telegram that claims to show the Blackhawk, U.S. Blackhawk that was searching and then hit by Iranian fire with trailing smoke in the back. Carla Babb of Newsmax says there's a U.S. Blackhawk was hit during the search and flew away from Iran with trailing smoke, and that the crew is fine. Thank you, by the way, to Kathleen108, our new member. Really appreciate that, Kathleen. I have been checking Iranian media and have yet to see any kind of update about the second crew member. The oil markets closed yesterday and are closed until Sunday. By the way, Al Arabiya says Iranian media says there are new strikes in Iran, new explosions in Tehran, Kermanshah, Shiraz, and Bushehr. You know what I didn't even mention? I didn't even mention the what was I going to say? Oh, what President Trump posted on Truth Social earlier today. Here's what President Trump posted about 6 hours ago. He said, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world, President Trump. That was 6 hours ago. Breaking news being reported by the New York Times right now. Breaking news being reported right now by the New York Times. I'm going to tell you that breaking news right now. See, it says breaking news on the screen. The New York Times reports. Christian Trebert posted about this, which is how I found out about it. The New York Times reports that a second Air Force combat plane crashed in the Persian Gulf region today, and the lone pilot was safely rescued. The A-10 Warthog attack plane went down near the Strait of Hormuz around the same time that an Air Force F-15E was shot down over Iran, 2 U.S. officials said. Again, the New York Times is reporting that around the same time an Air Force F-15E was shot down over Iran today, a second U.S. plane, an A-10 Warthog, crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. The lone pilot was safely rescued. One of our viewers says A-10 was probably covering the extraction. I don't know about that. Again, the A-10 was shot down near the Strait of Hormuz, which is near Iran. And so I don't know about the exact timing. It just says around the same time. If it was around the same time that the F-15 went down, you'd think it wouldn't have anything to do with the F-15 going down. But I don't know. Could it have been involved in the rescue of the F-15 pilots? I don't know. It's an interesting thought. Wow. But that is being reported by the New York Times. Now, regarding Here is an A-10 Warthog. Hold on, I'll show you. Now, is this an A-10C Thunderbolt? There you go. It's the first Air Force aircraft specially designed for close air support of ground forces. They are simple, effective, and survivable twin-engine aircraft that can be used against light maritime attack aircraft and all ground targets, including tanks and other armored vehicles. The A-10C, says the Air Force, offers excellent maneuverability at low airspeeds and altitude while maintaining a highly accurate weapons delivery platform. So, our viewer Sup3 says they are very cool aircraft. So, according to the New York Times, one of these A-10s crashed today around near the Strait of Hormuz around the same time that the F-15E crashed or was shot down reportedly, and the single pilot was rescued. And again, remember that Carla Babb of Newsmax is reporting. She claims that a Blackhawk helicopter that was involved in the search for the crew of the F-15 had been hit and flew back out of Iran with trailing smoke, and all the crew was okay from that. Yes, one missing, reportedly, from the F-15E. Regarding the first plane, the F-15E, I don't know if it was first, but regarding that one, I wanted to just check on something here. I don't know exactly where in Iran the F-15E went down. I'm seeing a report on Reuters that the governor of Kogiluya in Boyer Ahmad province spoke about possibly somebody there. Said anyone who captured or killed the crew would be specially commended, according to Iranian media. So that province would be right. I'll show you here. Hold on. If that's the province, and I'm not sure that it is, but if that's the province, then it would be in western Iran. You can see on Google Maps here where the province is located. Oops, here. But I don't know that that's where the plane is. Hold on. But the second plane reportedly went down near the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is here. Where my pointer is. Again, the New York Times reporting an A-10 Warthog plane crashed around the same time as the F-15E was shot down. We don't know how that happened. No reports about how that happened yet. The one crew member was rescued from that plane. I don't know if that crew member has any injuries. One of our viewers, I think I remember this. Hipsta says CNN reported that the plane F-15 went down through the Iraq border. I remember one article said something like that. Some gunfire. Thank you, Semi-SWT Petunia for being a member of the channel. Will we get Yeah, I just saw a report from like 45 minutes ago with no sourcing whatsoever. Absolutely zero sourcing. Claiming that CENTCOM says the second U.S. Air Force team, claiming the second crew member has been found. The account that posted this did not give any source for this. They didn't say how they knew this. They claimed that CENTCOM said it. I've heard literally no other reporting on that. So I don't know why that one account would know it from CENTCOM and no one else knows it. I got to turn down the volume because it's the person it sounds like they're running a packaging facility with all the wrappers and stuff. So I can't listen to that. Maybe Tel Aviv volume? Or what I can do is I have another feed from Beirut. I can put on the volume from that. Oh, give me 2 seconds here. I gotta do something else. Give me I'll get some volume back up from Beirut, but the other camera. The other Beirut camera. But I'll leave this camera. Oh, wait. What am I looking at now? No, that's not what I wanted. There. You should hear some volume in a second. There we go. Actually, I like this feed. Well, I don't know if I like that feed better. We'll leave this one up. I'm going to disappear for about 10 seconds. Hang on. One moment. Do a quick fix here. Okay, that should be better. Still no word on the second crew member. Still no official word from the U.S. at all on any of the reported aircraft incidents today. The New York Times claims an A-10 Warthog also crashed today near the Strait of Hormuz and that the one crew member was rescued. Now I have to change the headline to F-15E because people will get confused because they'll hear about the Warthog. So we've heard about possibly 3 U.S. aircraft going down or being damaged today because reportedly, there's a unconfirmed report that a Blackhawk helicopter involved in the search and rescue was hit. Now, if the Warthog was just a separate, we don't know what the deal with the Warthog was. The New York Times said it crashed, but we don't have details. Our viewer Wickedest Witch thinks, considering the number of U.S. and Israeli aircraft that have been flying for over a month, it is still a very good flight record in my opinion. Karen Moore says, I wonder if Iran laid low with a lot of defense until Russia or China helped with munition stocks. I can't say whether they've been supplied with anything new for defense. It's an interesting question. I have no idea if they've gotten anything new to defend themselves from anyone else like Russia or China. I mean, they and Russia have a military a good military trade relationship. Russia reportedly has also been giving intelligence. So I can't say, has something changed with their air defense that has allowed them to be more successful in targeting U.S. planes? Beats me. Hold on a second. That I need to help get going again. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. NBC News quoted a former officer in the Australian Air Force as saying that the plane pictures appear to show that it is from the 48th Fighter Wing based at Royal Air Force Lakenheath in the United Kingdom, but it's a U.S. plane. That base in the UK hosts the 48th Fighter Wing, including 4 squadrons of F-15 Strike Eagles and F-35A Lightning II fighter jets, U.S. fighter jets. It's the largest U.S. fighter operation in Europe. That's from NBC News. Nathan's War Games says planes get shot down in wars, and I think Nathan said the fact that so few have been shot down means The fact that the U.S. has lost so few proves the U.S. is winning, said our viewer, Nathan's War Games. No official comment yet from the U.S. None. No statement. Not a single statement from the U.S. government on all this. Nothing. Nope, nothing from the government about the A-10, nothing about the F-15, nothing about possibly a Blackhawk being damaged, nothing about any of it. Malk says, Trump being completely silent, very interesting. Yes, nothing from President Trump. I feel like this is too loud. I'm going to actually switch the Beirut shot. I have audio from a second Beirut shot. I'm going to actually make that the video. If you give me 2 seconds here. Right here. Here we go. Why is this happening? Here, that's the other Beirut shot I have. When will we hear anything more about this? Yeah, I don't know if this is true. A number of our viewers have mentioned this. Al Jazeera. Oh, yeah. Al Jazeera said this is something that Fars News mentioned. I saw this before. I mean, I don't. I take everything from Iranian state media with a grain of salt. Fars News had claimed earlier that. Where is it here? Something claiming about the U.S. rejecting or Iran rejecting a ceasefire. Trying to find the original report for you. I can't find the original report. Where is it here? Al Jazeera said Iranian state media said that Iran has rejected a U.S. proposal for a 48-hour ceasefire. I have no idea if that's true. The claim was that U.S. proposed it on Wednesday. What can I say? That's from Iranian state media. I have no idea if that's true. When you say other sources reported it, are they doing independent reporting? Or are they just quoting Al Jazeera, who's quoting Iranian state media? You need to be careful about these things. So Reuters has the article, but if you read the article, it says an unnamed source told Iran's semi-official Fars news agency that Tehran had rejected a U.S. proposal for a 48-hour ceasefire. So Reuters is not reporting it by themselves. They're just repeating the Iranian state media report. Reuters has a report about the F-15E fighter jet, which has been shot down, and search underway for one of the two crew members. The other one has reportedly been recovered. And they say that U.S. air crews undergo training for what to do if they go down behind enemy lines, called survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training, or SERE. But few airmen are fluent in Persian, and staying undetected while seeking rescue will be a challenge. OSINT Technical posted what's supposedly a video of U.S. helicopters searching today and Iranian police firing small arms at it. I'll post a link to that in the chat. I can't verify the video. Hold on a second. I just posted a link to in the chat, and I reposted it on my X account. There are a number of videos around that purport to show low-flying U.S. aircraft looking for the downed pilot. Again, F-15E shot down, reportedly over Iran. One of two crew members rescued, the other being searched for. New York Times saying an A-10 Warthog plane of the U.S. around the same time was shot down, crashed near the Strait of Hormuz, and the one crew member was rescued. And also, Newsmax's Carla Babb says that a U.S. Blackhawk helicopter searching for the missing crew member from the F-15E was hit and trailed smoke and ended up flying back and leaving Iran, and that the crew is accounted for. So, this is an Iranian statement about the reported A-10 Warthog. Iran says an hour ago, an A-10 aircraft of the American-Israeli aggressor enemy was targeted in the southern waters around the Strait of Hormuz by interception and action by the country's integrated air defense network systems. Additional information will be announced later. They say it was an hour ago. That would be different than the New York Times report that says it happened around the same time the F-15E crashed. Statement from Iranian military on the US A-10 that the New York Times reported crashed today near the Strait Hormuz. This is a different plane than the F-15E. So again, the Iranian military claims, this is, I mean, it's kind of it's not a very detailed statement, but they have said regarding the A-10 Warthog plane that the New York Times says crashed today, they say the Iranian military, an hour ago, an A-10 aircraft of the American-Israeli aggressor enemy was targeted in the southern waters around the Strait of Hormuz by interception and action by the country's integrated air defense network systems. Additional information will be announced later. It says targeted. Doesn't say they hit it, although who knows. President Trump just posted on Truth Social, "Keep the oil, anyone." He just posted that 2 minutes ago. Our viewer to let me know, 2 minutes ago, "Keep the oil, anyone." He just posted this. He has not commented on the plane or the F-15E fighter crash or reportedly being shot down, and the missing pilot. So that is a new post from 2 minutes ago from President Trump. Three minutes ago. That's after 7 hours ago, he said, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world, President Donald J. Trump. Yes, he means keep the Iranian oil. Some people are saying, what does it mean? He talks about it below, 7 hours ago. He said, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the Iranian oil, and make a fortune. I mean, I don't know how you take Iranian oil without somehow conquering the country or something. Thank you to Yunus Polat for being a member. Taking Karg Island doesn't give you Iran's oil. About 90% of it gets shipped from Karg Island, but that's not where the oil is drilled. The oil is sent to Karg Island, I believe via pipelines. Andy says, why can't they find the other pilot? Don't they have locator GPS beacons? That I don't know. Remember, multiple outlets report that the first pilot has been found, but the U.S. hasn't even confirmed that. Maybe, it's possible that the second crew member is alive, but somewhere with a lot of Iranians nearby or something. Hey, thank you so much to Haley Girl for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Haley Girl. Thank you. Thanks, Haley Girl. Also, thank you, Static X and Jeff1202 over on Twitch for subscribing. And Justin D. Winters, thanks for your support. Thank you, Justin. We're bringing you the latest updates here. Give me a moment. Donna Simmons writes in, and she says it is a security risk if Iran gets the plane software. I mean, so first of all, so regarding the plane, I mean, it looks like it might have been crashed and gone into a bunch of pieces, or shot down and gone a bunch of pieces, or shot down and crashed, or whatever. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know anything regarding, how vulnerable the U.S. is when planes get shot down. I mean, obviously, the U.S. is going to know that it's possible their planes can get shot down. My guess is so that's something they have to plan for. They have to assume that a plane could crash or get shot down and that an enemy could get a hold of a plane. I don't know what kind of precautions they take in advance to keep anything too sensitive from going into the hands of the enemy, which is a good question, something I know nothing about. For all I know, countries get a lot of that information from intelligence anyway, My guess is that Russia probably knows a bunch about these planes, and they could tell Iran about it. Anyways, thanks for writing in, Donna Simmons. I appreciate that. What is this thing here? I'm seeing something about Justice Alito. Fox News said, where is this here? Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, was treated for dehydration at a hospital after a previously undisclosed March 20th incident in Philadelphia, sources told Fox News. He was not admitted and returned home the same night without complications. He attended a Federalist Society dinner that evening and reported feeling lightheaded, prompting a precautionary hospital visit. I do wonder, I think I saw this talked about online somewhere, but, you have justices, conservative justices, like, hold on a second here. Alito is age 76. Clarence Thomas is 77. So would either of them consider retiring so that President Trump could nominate someone else, younger? Because otherwise, their worry would be that the Senate and or the presidency could switch parties. And then Trump couldn't get in somebody conservative like them. But that would need to be, I mean, if they were going to do it before I don't even know if realistically they could. I've heard no reporting suggesting that they wouldn't do it before, that they would do it before the midterms. Anyways. Oh, hey guys, Faytux News just found something. Faytux News just found something. From NBC News. NBC News is reporting. New news from NBC News. I need to pull it up on the screen here so I can check it. Oh my gosh, hold on a minute, just hold on a moment. NBC News says that 2 U.S. helicopters that were involved in the search and rescue of the downed jet were struck by Iranian fire. So NBC News is reporting now, again, thanks to Faytux News for spotting this, that 2 U.S. helicopters that were searching for the crew of the F-15E were struck by fire, Iranian fire, not just one. Newsmax, Carla Babb had reported one of them. Now NBC News is reporting 2 U.S. helicopters were struck by fire during the search. I have to turn this down. Too loud. That would suggest that 4 U.S. aircraft had issues today. Reportedly, Faytux News points out that NBC News also is saying, hang on, NBC News reports that President Trump did a brief phone interview with NBC News. He would not discuss the specifics about the search and rescue operation. He expressed some frustration about the coverage of the military, of what is plainly an intense and sensitive military operation. He said that today's events will not affect negotiations with Iran. Thanks to Faytux News for spotting that from NBC News. So again, according to reports now, we have 4 different U.S. aircraft incidents. An F-15E reportedly shot down over Iran, one of the crew rescued by the U.S., one still missing. An A-10 Warthog plane crashed near the Strait of Hormuz, according to the New York Times. 1 crew member, and that crew member was rescued, according to Carla Babb, according to the New York Times. Also, we have now NBC News reporting that 2 military U.S. helicopters involved in the search for the F-15E crew were hit by Iranian fire. Fox News reports that the A-10 Warthog plane caught enemy fire during the rescue operation. So they're saying that the A-10 that the New York Times reported crashed actually just took fire, but it did not crash. And they say it was during the rescue operation. The A-10 Warthog that the New York Times said crashed today caught enemy fire but was not shot down. Okay, that's what Fox News is saying. So to repeat, Fox News says that the A-10 Warthog plane that the New York Times reported crashed, the Fox News said that plane took enemy fire during the rescue operation, but was not shot down. If that's true, it would mean that we have reports that 2 helicopters and the Warthog all were damaged by enemy fire during the rescue operation. Now, our viewer MVXX says small arms fire. I don't know the nature. In the Fox News report, there's no specifics about the kind of enemy fire it took. Shin, who I follow, says 3 huge blasts in eastern Tehran province and jet activity over Karaj. Thank you, Cesaron, for subscribing on Twitch. Shin says massive blast reported in eastern Tehran right now. Still waiting for some sort of word on the second crew member from the F-15E. We don't even have official word about the first crew member. We don't even have official word about the plane. It's all just through reports. No U.S. government official statement on it. By the way, regarding the A-10 Warthog plane, New York Times said one crashed as opposed to... the New York Times says one crashed, but what did I say? The Fox says one took enemy fire today. The A-10 is able to survive. Wikipedia says the A-10 is able to survive direct hits from armor-piercing and high explosives projectiles up to 23 millimeters. It has double redundant hydraulic flight systems and a mechanical system as a backup if hydraulics are lost. The cockpit and parts of the flight control systems are protected by 1,200 pounds titanium aircraft armor referred to as a bathtub. Anyways, you can read about this on Wikipedia, but it can take a bunch of damage. They have a picture here of an A-10 that took heavy damage in 2003. And the pilot flew it back to base on manual reversion mode. That's a picture from the U.S. Air Force. Joe Bishop says the A-10 is a beast. Faytux found something from CBS News. Thank you to Faytux News. New report from CBS News, which says the helicopter carrying the recovered pilot was hit by small arms fire, wounding crew members of the helicopter on board. Again, CBS News reports that the helicopter carrying the recovered pilot was hit by small arms fire, wounding crew members of the helicopter on board. The helicopter landed safely. All service members are receiving medical treatment. That is from CBS News. CBS News also says lawmakers have been informed that the Central Command has notified the House Armed Services Committee of the downing of a U.S. F-15, with one service member rescued and the second crew member status still unknown. Also, CBS News reports that an A-10 Warthog took fire and was damaged during the search and rescue mission. Oh, the Warthog pilot ejected. CBS News says the Warthog pilot objected from the Warthog and was recovered. Okay, so that's what CBS News is saying. So CBS News is reporting that the helicopter that rescued the F-15E pilot was fired at and crew members were injured on that helicopter. The CBS News is also reporting that an A-10 Warthog that was taking part in the search and rescue was damaged, and the pilot ejected. That would mean that the plane crashed. The pilot ejected over the Persian Gulf and was successfully recovered. So again, that in CBS News and the New York Times report that the A-10 was lost. Oh, hold on a second here. Shin says 10 plus blasts over Tehran in Tehran province. Sounds like a bunch of airstrikes going on in Iran right now, or in the last few minutes. That's what it sounds like to me. We do have some alerts in northern Israel. Some alerts. Thanks for the chat for mentioning it. I don't have a camera in northern Israel, but there are alerts. Are these rocket alerts? This is northern Israel. Let me check and see what's being reported about this. Yes, launch from Lebanon. This is not an Iranian missile alert. N12 News says those alerts are due to launch from Lebanon. So I'll keep an eye on that and let you know. It looks like maybe Hezbollah is launching some rockets at northern Israel. That's what it looks like. Could be missiles, not sure. Did anyone see anything? Look at a lot of alerts in northern Israel right now, a lot of them. Anyone seeing anything on Intel cams? I'm peeking at Intel cams. Looks pretty cloudy though. It's possible that that's interfering with what you can see. Maybe rocket fire from Lebanon. The alert map is called So Far Red Alert. You can see the name above my head. N12 News says there were explosions heard in northern Israel. Apparently, those alerts, which we just saw, were due to fire coming from Lebanon. So we have had, hold on a second here. Give me a moment now. Fox News just posted that the U.S. forces, when they were on, Fox News on Fox News, because I was just peeking at the captions here, they just said on the air that when the U.S. forces were on the ground rescuing the pilot, they came under enemy fire. That's what Fox News said. That Fox News is saying that the forces on the ground, when they were rescuing the pilot, came under enemy fire. So what it really looks, again, to sum up what's being reported today, what's being reported is an F-15E fighter jet was shot down over Iran. Plane crashed, shot down. Then the U.S. started a rescue operation to get the 2 crew members. One of them has been rescued. The other has not, according to reports. We don't know for sure. And one is receiving medical treatment. Reportedly, 2 different reports say reportedly an A-10 Warthog plane that was helping the search and rescue operation took enemy fire. And CBS News is reporting that the pilot had to object and the pilot was rescued, which would mean the plane crashed. New York Times also reports the A-10 crashed and that the pilot was rescued. CBS News reports that 2 helicopters in the search took some sort of enemy fire and were damaged in some sort of way. And CBS News also reports that the helicopter that rescued the pilot took fire, and crew members of the helicopter that was doing the rescuing were wounded in the operation. Okay? That is basically what we're hearing. So there is a missing crew member. From the F-15E. NBC News is also reporting. Oh, I think we read this before. I'm getting confused about who said what. No, NBC, yeah. So who said the two? NBC News were the ones who said that two helicopters involved in the search and rescue took fire. That was NBC News. If I said that was CBS News, I'm sorry, that was NBC News. I get confused with all the different sources. But that's the basic idea of what we've heard so far. And in case you missed it, this is a photo that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard posted that purportedly shows a seat from the F-15E fighter jet. Having been ejected, apparently. More alerts. Looks like maybe some rocket alerts in Haifa. Is that what's going on? That'd be my guess. Maybe from Lebanon? I'll check and see. Yes, launches. These would be launches from Lebanon. This is not launches from Iran. Launches from Lebanon, says N12 News. I do not have a Haifa camera. You can try to check out Intel cams on YouTube. Some of our viewers said they heard some booms. I'll let you know what I hear being reported about Haifa. Manny Fabian from Times of Israel says sirens sound in Haifa and nearby towns amid a Hezbollah rocket attack from Lebanon. Meanwhile, no injuries are reported after Hezbollah fired a small salvo of rockets at northern Israel. That was a short while ago, triggering sirens in numerous towns. According to the IDF, some of those rockets were intercepted. N12 News says Haifa residents report several interceptions in the area. Kerry Poteet says, big doings and no official statements from the U.S. government. Yes, we've had no official statement from the U.S. government today on the developments today. None whatsoever. One sec here. I'm going to put some more information on the screen. I'm going to put the ticker up because there's a lot of information that's like being reported, so I thought I'd throw that up there just to have it up there. As we try to get you updated information here. Oh, that's interesting. Faye Tuck's News spotted that the New York Times reported that couple things. The New York Times says that Iran's Revolutionary Guards closed off and searched an area where they believed a crew person from the F-15 might be. It's unclear if the searchers found anyone. It is in Kogiluya and Boyer Ahmad province in southwest Iran. So again, the New York Times said that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard closed off an area where they thought a crew member might be. It's unclear if they have found the crew member. Also, the New York Times reports that a Air Force Blackhawk helicopter was hit by ground fire during the rescue operation, and the crew managed to escape safely and reached Iraq. Their source for the Revolutionary Guard's searching story is 3 officials familiar with the operation. The New York Times also says Iranian operatives have been digging out underground missile bunkers and silos struck by American and Israeli bombs, returning them to operation hours after an attack, according to U.S. intelligence reports. Iran has also retained a significant amount of its missiles and mobile launchers, the reports also say. That's according to the New York Times. I will post a link to that article on my X account. Oh, this is interesting also. Another good find by Faytux News. Thank you, Faytux, for finding this. AP reports, if I can find it here, look at this from Associated Press. Again, shout out to Faytux News for finding this. The House Armed Services Committee has been notified by the Pentagon that the status of a second service member is not known after the downing of the fighter jet. The panel was told that an F-15 was shot down and that one service member has been recovered, according to a congressional aide who spoke on condition of anonymity to disclose the private communication. The other service members duty status is other service members' duty status is unknown, the aide said. That generally means the Defense Department does not know the person's whereabouts and they have gone missing. Also, this seems like it's about the Warthog. A second U.S. combat aircraft went down in the Middle East on Friday, according to a U.S. official. This sounds like the reported A-10 that went down during the rescue operation. It was not clear if that aircraft crashed or was shot down or whether Iran was involved. Multiple reports say that the pilot ejected of that A-10 and was rescued. "12 News Israel reported that there were interceptions in the area of the Haifa airport from the last rockets fired from Lebanon. No reports received of injuries from the recent rocket fire from Lebanon into Israel," says N12 News. No statement from CENTCOM, no statement from President Trump. There is no statement yet from the U.S. government about any of this. No official statement from anyone in the U.S. government yet. President Trump posted one post on Truth Social after this happened, and all it says is, "Keep the oil, anyone?" He's talking about Iranian oil. That was posted around an hour ago. Earlier today, this morning, he said, "With a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world?" Question mark, question mark, question mark. Tasneem has posted what it claims is video of a U.S. Blackhawk helicopter struck by Iranian forces in flames. We've heard nothing about this, so I am highly skeptical of this video, but I'll post a link to it in the chat. Tasneem is Iranian state media. They posted a video that said that supposedly was of a on-fire Blackhawk spiraling down from the sky. I've heard nothing to suggest that that happened yet. Some of the viewers are saying that's an old video. I would not be surprised. Oh, is there? I wouldn't be surprised if there's a typo in my scroll. Sorry if there is. Hold on a second here. Yeah, is there a typo? I don't know. I don't know of one. You can let me know in the chat if there is. Bloomberg, sorry, that wasn't a new report from Bloomberg. Our viewer Good Vibes Media says, when are ground troops getting into Iran? We do not know if that will happen. Patricia Gray says, our pilot could hunker down for quite some time. I don't have a map, an exact map of where planes went down. There are some reports suggesting that this province in southwest Iran is where the first plane was shot down, but I don't know that for sure. Supposedly, some reports suggest that the A-10 went down over the Persian Gulf somewhere, but I don't know for sure. The Washington Post has some updated reporting, I believe, on this. The Washington Post says that an A-10 attack, after the, that an A-10 also went down today, was shot down, aside from the F-15, which we've been hearing. The A-10 pilot navigated the damaged plane to Kuwaiti airspace before ejecting and was subsequently rescued. Also, 2 U.S. Blackhawk helicopters involved in the search and rescue were hit by Iranian fire that injured U.S. personnel on board. So again, an F-15E was shot down over Iran. An A-10 attack plane that other reports said was involved in the search and rescue was also damaged, hit and damaged, and the Washington Post says the pilot navigated that to Kuwaiti airspace and then ejected and was rescued, and 2 U.S. Blackhawk helicopters involved in the search and rescue effort were hit by Iranian fire that injured U.S. personnel on board. That would be 4 aircraft total. The Washington Post said that these developments belied earlier assertions by the Trump administration that U.S. forces had obtained air superiority over Iran. The Post says the search and rescue effort for the missing F-15 crew member marked the most perilous moment yet for U.S. troops in the war, putting the missing airman and the rescuers more directly in the line of Iranian fire. Iranian television broadcast a statement from local merchants in western Iran offering a reward for recovery of the downed crew members. The state broadcaster said on social media many people had gone to the crash site and that the Iranian military called on the people not to let anyone mistreat the pilot. Combat search and rescue operations are some of the riskiest missions carried out by the U.S. military, says the Washington Post. Helicopters and planes used for such missions are vulnerable to enemy fire because they fly lower to the ground and must rely on other armed aircraft to protect them. In his speech Wednesday night, President Trump said, Iran has no In his speech Wednesday night, Trump said, according to the Washington Post, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. There is a rocket alert in northern Israel right now, presumably from fire from Lebanon. It's gone right now. Now it's gone. So reports suggest that 2 aircraft have been shot down today, the F-15E and then the A-10, which reportedly was participating in the search and rescue effort. Selena Wong reports from ABC. She says, a senior White House official tells me the president's national security team is gathered at the White House. Trump has been working in the Oval Office or Oval Dining Room all day, receiving updates, the official adds. Just another update here. NBC reports that, we've heard this elsewhere, I believe, 2 Blackhawk helicopters in the search and rescue operation were hit by enemy fire. An official says there were minor injuries to service members from that strike, but all of them are safe. The Wall Street Journal also reports that an A-10 Warhog was hit by Iran and that the pilot flew that plane out of Iranian territory before ejecting from the aircraft. So numerous reports now saying the U.S. have lost 2 aircraft today. I need to get some water. If you give me a second, I'm just getting some water. Give me 1 minute. I need 1 minute here. I need 1 minute. We'll bring you more live coverage. Give me 1 minute. Coming right back. Trying to get you more updates here. Still no word on the second crew member of the F-15E. what just happened here? What just happened here? Give me a moment. I gotta fix something here. Still no statement at all from the U.S. government about what is going on. I have a video here from Reuters, short video about the situation, which I'll play you. You can see U.S. fighter jet shot down over Iran. Search underway for a crew member, officials say. Let me just check out this short video here.
These images, said to show fragments of a U.S. fighter jet shot down over Iran, were released by Iranian state media on Friday. A U.S. official told Reuters that search and rescue efforts have so far rescued one of the two crew members who ejected from the F-15 fighter jet. It is the first known incident of its kind in the nearly 5-week-old war. The Pentagon and U.S. Central Command did not respond to requests for comment. The prospect of U.S. pilots being alive and on the run inside Iran raises the stakes for the United States. An Iranian state news presenter announced a reward to citizens who capture and hand over enemy pilots alive to Iranian authorities. The presenter did not elaborate on the reward. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said it was combing an area near where the plane came down in southwestern Iran. The incident follows threats by U.S. President Donald Trump to bomb the country back to the, quote, Stone Age, including to attack Iran's energy infrastructure and desalination plants, as he presses Tehran to end the war on U.S. terms. These images, said to show fragments of a U.S. fighter jet.
I'm going to show you those photos in a second. We've seen them before, but I'll show them again. Here is one of the pictures from state media, Iranian state media, one of the pictures. Oops, and here's another one. I'm going to show you the picture of the seat they posted. Hold on. lost that picture of the seat. I need the picture of the seat. This picture was posted by the Revolutionary Guard, and they say that this picture is the seat, or a seat from the plane. And experts have said this does look like the seat from an F-15E. Has two crew members on board. That would be one seat. Hang on a moment here. There was also sorry, I'm hearing myself again. There was a picture that I showed you earlier of the, do I have that here? Of the crater from state media. I got to pull that up again too. Oh, hang on a moment here. I need a moment to pull something up here. The Revolutionary Guard claims that they shot down 2 MQ-9 attack drones over Iran, and an Hermes drone, or a Hermes drone, using their new integrated defense system. I have no idea if they shot down 3 drones today. They have been claiming a lot that they've been shooting down aircraft during the war. And of course many of those claims false. Well, this would be the first aircraft they have shot down. Maybe I can pull up the picture of one more time of the crater. Now, what is this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm so sorry about that. That blew my ears out. A video just started playing. Crazy. Sorry about that. Iranian state media posted an image. They say that this is a drone, I believe, that they shot down. I have no idea if this is true. This is from Iranian state media. They said they shot down several drones today. That's from Tasneem. Okay. Where is the crater photo? Where is the crater? Here is the picture of the crater from Iranian state media Tasneem that they say was caused by the F-15E crashing or being shot down. CC says, I call BS on that crater. That's what CC said. The White House pool has a travel photo lit. So President Trump is not supposed to appear on camera today. Is President Trump going to Florida today? I got to look this up. Not supposed to, that I can see. Staying for Easter, says B. Earhart. Trying to get you more updates. AP says, just to show you, AP says A-10 aircraft hit by Iranian air defenses. Second U.S. aircraft to go down in the Middle East. Again, other reports say that that A-10 aircraft was involved in the search and rescue operation, that it was damaged during the operation, that the pilot ejected and the pilot was rescued. When will we hear something about the missing person? They could, I mean, who knows what's going on with them? Philip Timothy, who is with The Hill, says that the House Armed Services Committee was notified that the status of the second F-15E crew member is not known. In case you missed it, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament said earlier today The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament said earlier today, if I can pull it up here, where did it go? Yes. Mohammad Ghalibaf said earlier today, after defeating Iran 37 times in a row, this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please? Wow, what incredible progress, absolute geniuses. Some of our viewers are saying helicopters were shot down. There is no reporting about helicopters being shot down. There are numerous reports that 2 helicopters were damaged during the search and rescue operation, and that some people on the helicopters were wounded. One report says minor wounds. I have not seen any kind of report I would consider reliable that any helicopters were shot down. I would love to be able to get you more information. I'm just not seeing it at the moment. I'm checking a lot of different sources. Now, where did this other thing go? It is almost 1 a.m. Iran time right now. Almost 1 a.m. No claims by Iran that they have found the second crew member. I mean, it seemed like it was a pretty violent crash when it crashed, given that we've seen a bunch of photos of different pieces of the plane. So is it possible that, sorry, my schedule is all screwed up because we were up a little late last night doing coverage. I have been on the road. I will be going back very soon. Over the weekend, I will be going back to returning to Boston. But, I mean, is it possible that, like, you know, I think some of our viewers were saying, could the second person have not ejected? I don't mean to be gruesome, but seems like a pretty powerful crash. .007 says, I think both ejections happen at the same time. I have no idea if that's the case. Hang on a second here. I don't know if this is true. I asked AI about this, and AI said they don't eject at the same time, and then that it depends on if they can eject close to each other in time or not, depending on how they set up things in the plane. I also don't know. I mean, the plane, if it was shot down, took damage. So I don't know, you know, I have no idea what kind of damage it might have taken before it went down. Lorna Landgren says, wouldn't it be nice if there were an official word from CENTCOM? Oh, what is this? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mike Wise, for your support. I appreciate it. Mike Wise. So, again, what we're pretty much hearing is F-15 jets shot down, one of crew rescued, other crew not accounted for. A-10 Warthog plane also shot down. Number of reports say that that was involved in the rescue operation. The pilot ejected after flying out of Iranian airspace, reportedly, and 2 helicopters in the search took damage. And some crew members were injured of those helicopters. That's the basic summary of what the reports are saying. Yeah, people are saying A10 down. It's in the, I have it in the red there. I mean, I can only put so much in one headline. So I have it in the red ticker. It's in there. Excuse me here. Bahrain claims that there were 4 minor injuries among citizens and damage to a number of homes in the Sitra area due to the fall of shrapnel from intercepting and destroying an Iranian drone. As I have mentioned, it seems to me with these Gulf countries, seems like really frequently when they say that there's damage or injuries, they claim they shot down the missile or they shot down the drone, and it was shrapnel debris or interception debris. I cannot confirm that that's the case. Are some of these actually direct hits? I don't know. I mean, that's 4 minor injuries, they say. But they say damage to a number of homes. The Red Queen says if Iran wanted the world to see what was really going on, they would turn the internet back on. New warning from the Iranian media, from the Iranian armed forces. New warning. They're saying now in response to the U.S. president's nonsense and his repeated threats to destroy Iran's bridges, power plants, and electricity and energy infrastructure, we warn again, if these threats are carried out, the powerful armed forces of Islamic Iran, in addition to striking the assets of Israel in the U.S., will target more important and extensive parts of their capital, as well as the host countries and allies of the United States and the regime in the areas of fuel, energy, economic centers, and power plants in the region and the occupied territories with greater severity and force. The countries hosting U.S. military bases in the region must force the Americans to leave their countries if they want to avoid harm. I am not yet seeing any new updates on this situation. Trying to get you the latest updates. Ruth says no one is backing out. By the way, thanks to all of our moderators. Ruth is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth, for moderating. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Also, hold on a second. What is going on here? What's happening? Give me a moment here. Oh my gosh. That's what's happening. I see. Thank you to our Twitch moderators, like Big Ball of Yarn and LB Prairie Dawn and Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook. Margaret Riley, K. Larry Body. Thank you for moderating over there. Thanks also to... thanks for the Facebook stars. I'm so behind on this. Maxie Puig and Michael Fergal and Brian Davio. Thank you for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. Thanks also on Twitch to Karaman for subscribing. Thanks, and thanks for your comment, Karaman. Or Kara Amen. Also, Dreadlockness Monster, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Also, Flaps15, thanks for subscribing. Graybeard Games, thank you for subscribing. I think I thanked Cesarone for subscribing too. Thank you. Yeah, there are a couple of rocket alerts. In northern Israel. We've seen some of those. Hey, thanks to Michael Hutchinson, our member. Michael thinks Trump will escalate things. Carlito says there's footage of the A-10 being blown up. Iranian state media released a video they said was the A-10 being blown up. Based on their past track record, I am skeptical. I'm going to wait till some expert who I find reliable confirms that that's legit video. Because they've posted a lot of false video, the Iranian state media. Thanks also, Michael Hutchinson, for the membership. I appreciate that. Michael Hutchinson, thank you. Hey, also, that's very nice of you, Jane Jones. Jane Jones just gave 10 people memberships. Thank you, Jane Jones. That's very nice of you. Also, Michael Hutchinson gave 5 memberships. That's really nice of you, Michael. Thank you. Please make sure you thank somebody like Jane Jones or Michael Hutchinson or somebody else if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We still have no official statement from the U.S. government. And we still don't know, no word on the second crew member. Oh, and thanks to Crosshair NY, who gave 5 memberships. That's so nice of you. Crosshair NY, thank you. Aurora Intel said that the video Iranian media posted of a helicopter being shot down is from Syria years ago. I still don't know if again, there's a purported A-10 video that Iranian media has posted, but I just can't, I don't have a good sense whether that's real or not. I'll post a link to the video that Iranian state media claims is the A-10 being hit. I'll post it in the chat. But I don't have any kind of reliable info suggesting it's legit. Chadwick Redmayne mentioned that some people have said online that that video, that thing, that the A-10 purported video of an A-10 is actually an MQ-9. Oh, I think Aurora Intel said that too. Aurora Intel says that the thing being shot down in the video purportedly of the A-10 is an MQ-9. It's a video that was posted by Iranian media. I'll post Aurora Intel's post in the chat. Spectre, I think it was, said video might be real, but it's not the A-10. There is no downed choppers reported. I have not seen any reliable reporting of downed choppers. Yeah, again, I would encourage people to look at the red ticker. It explains the general summary of what we know and what we're hearing. We haven't gotten much new information or reporting in a while. By the way, a quick thank you to Rodney Nelson. Rodney, that's very nice of you for supporting the channel. Thanks, Rodney. And also Bart Wolther. Bart, thank you also so much for supporting the channel. Very kind of you both. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I am just trying to find new information for you guys. I'm checking all kinds of sources, including Iranian media, and I just don't see anything new yet. Shredderhead says the fog of war is thick. T Granny says no one left behind. Oh, was there a problem in the... Thanks, Crosshair and NY, also for being a member and your support. Crosshair NY. People keep asking about the second plane in the chat. Again, the second plane is in the red ticker. It talks about the second plane in the red ticker. What was the F-15 meant to be doing? I don't know. I mean, maybe it was conducting a bombing run. I'm not sure. Republican Senator John Curtis of Utah posted today saying, and this was pointed out by Julie Sirkin of NBC, Republican Senator John Curtis of Utah said, if you look right here, he said this about an hour ago. He said, I stand by the president's actions taken in defense of our national security interests in the Middle East, but we must be clear-eyed about history and the Constitution. While I support maintaining our readiness and replenishing stockpiles, I cannot support funding for further military operations without a formal declaration of war from Congress. How can they rescue one but not the other, says Michelle Lauzon. I understand that. I think what Michelle is saying is, why wouldn't both pilots end up in roughly the same place? So I don't know if they ejected at around the same time. And it's a good question, but for all I know, they can actually end up quite far apart. But it's an understandable question. I don't believe they eject at the exact same time anyway. We talked about this earlier, and I said, I'm not sure. It seemed to me that they could eject close in time to each other or possibly not, if they both ejected. Also, I don't know how far up they ejected, and maybe smaller difference when they eject can result in bigger difference on the ground. But it's an interesting question. Metal Marine says aircraft is doing a couple hundred knots. A few seconds difference in ejecting translates to a few miles away. I don't know how fast it was going when they ejected. And at the top speed of an F-15E is over 1,800 miles an hour. Now, 1,800 miles an hour would be 30 miles a minute, or a mile every 2 seconds. But again, it's a good question. Yeah, there's a new President Trump on True Social post, but it looks to me almost like a scheduled post. I don't even know that this is something that he typed up now. He said, "A very happy and blessed Good Friday to all, especially the 186,000 Americans who gained private sector jobs in the month of March alone. My economic policies have created an enormously powerful engine of economic growth, and nothing can slow it down. Factory construction jobs are soaring as the result of the rapid onshoring and surging investment that tariffs have generated. While the trade deficit has shrunk by 52% in a year, President Donald J. Trump." By the way, I read some article today that said a lot of job growth was due to health care jobs. So the Wall Street Journal said many of the jobs that the U.S. economy added in March were in healthcare. It wasn't all the jobs. Yeah, I mean, the Wall Street Journal said the job gains were driven by a big rebound for the healthcare and social assistance sector. Without getting into all the job stuff specifically, just a little on that. Reuters talked about the new jobs report today. It said U.S. employment growth snapped back in March after a hefty decline in February. Economists found the headline highlights were countered by a number of less than glowing details. The job gains were the largest since December 2024. The healthcare sector continues to account for the largest scale of gains, but other sectors like construction and hospitality saw nice bounce backs in March after bad weather hampered them in February. Manufacturing job gains largest since 2023. This was the second increase in 3 months, but just the third monthly gain in more than 2 years. This will be a long-awaited bragging point for President Trump. Total factory employment remains below the level when he returned to office. But, for example, they said Lowe's, a declining workforce. The U.S. labor force shrank for the third time in 4 months. It's now the lowest of Trump's second presidency. Nearly 1.5 million people have left the workforce in the past 4 months, a result, economists say, of Trump's immigration policies and also of natural demographic forces. Tough time for young workers. It is proving to be one of the leanest job markets for new college graduates in years, in part because of the widening use of AI tools. Also, they say pay gains lowest in nearly 5 years, it says at the bottom. Anyways, I don't want to get all into that now. We're not really covering that, but I'm sure you can do some more research on the jobs report if you'd like. Hugo First thinks it's possible that Iran has captured the pilot, but is keeping quiet from now. It's an interesting question. I don't know how long they would wait before saying something. ABC News reports. This is similar to some other reporting we've heard. ABC News' Selena Wong reports the A-10 that crashed in Kuwait was providing close air support for the search and rescue mission for the crew of the F-15 when the A-10 was hit by Iranian fire. That aircraft was able to make its way to Kuwait, where it crashed after the pilot ejected. So again, that we've heard similar reports. Miss Carl's Will thinks that Iran will announce soon if they have the pilot or crew member. John Turpin said someone in the chat said they would split up on the ground to better evade capture. I don't know if that's true. It's an interesting question. Isn't the downside of that it would be harder to rescue both of them? Don't know how. Don't know. I have a military background, so I'm not sure how they do it. Ikey May thinks the two people on the ground would separate. I don't even know if they would know where each other is. Maybe they would, I'm not sure. Thanks, Jim Aconius, for shouting out the mods and your support on Twitch. Can I do a quick recap of the situation? Yes, I already have. It is in the red ticker. Still no official comment from anyone in the U.S. government or any part of the U.S. government. No official comment on anything that's happened today. None. None. Haley Girl says, that is so crazy. Not one word from the U.S. after all the reports. By the way, thanks to Terry ZS5GS for being a member. Thanks, Terry. One of our viewers thinks the silence is telling. Can't see who said that. Thank you also. Terry gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Terry ZS5GS. Make sure you thank Terry for the membership if you got one from Terry. Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. The BBC Shayan Sardarazadeh, who specializes in verifying videos, he posted an account called The Aviationist, who said, of the video that Iranian state media claimed was the video of the A-10 being shot down. The aviationist said, if you see this video circulating online, basically he or she said it's not an A-10 but an MQ-9. It's the same thing that Aurora Intel said. Again, it appears that video is not actually the video of the A-10 being shot down. Also, thanks PB Andre, our member. I thank you, PB Andre. We are talking about an American fighter jet that was shot down over Iran, reportedly. One or two of the crew have been rescued. No word about the other one. And then an A-10 aircraft working on the search, an A-10 Warthog, was apparently shot down, and its pilot ejected and was rescued. And 2 helicopters involved in the search sustained damage from Iranian fire. Reportedly, some people on those helicopters were injured. So 2 planes shot down, 2 helicopters damaged. And the search ongoing for the missing crew member. Yes, no official acknowledgement of any of this from the U.S. government, as our viewer Ehawk MPA says. Nothing. Oh. Hold on a moment. I think there might be some new pictures. Are there new pictures? Iran posted pictures. It says, it claims Tasnim News says it's posting wreckage of Iran. Tasnim News just posted pictures of what it says are wreckage of another, that indicates Iran may have shot down another plane. All right, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Tasnim News, I'm going to post it so you can see it. Tasnim News Iran says that Iran likely shot down another plane. This is their claim. Iranian state media, Tasnim News, has posted new photos that it says are likely wreckage of another plane Iran has shot down. Another fighter jet. Another fighter jet, they say. Hold on. Hold on a moment here. Where's the first one? Okay, first of all, I just posted this on my X account, so I'm going to post a link in the chat where you can go see it. These are new nighttime photos of wreckage. They are saying, I have no idea if it's true, they are saying it is likely wreckage of another fighter jet that Iran has shot down. The headline says, Iran likely shot down another American/Israeli fighter jet. I don't know. I'm going to check because I can't judge these things. Again, I will post the link to the chat. My X account is pinned in the chat. If you go to my X account, you'll see it's the first post on my X account. I'll see what some experts are saying about this. Let me read you what Tasnim News said about this. They have just posted this. Just minutes ago. Here is what they said. I'm going to put it on the screen what they said. Moments ago, Tasnim Iranian state media. They also say this has not yet been officially confirmed. Again, I don't know what to make of this. So they say, by the way, a quick thank you to Henny 1972. Thanks for the memberships, Henny 1972. It's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Now, what they say is urgent exclusive. Iran likely shot down another American-Israeli fighter jet tonight. Evidence received by Tasnim news agency indicates Iran may have shot down another American-Israeli, they mean, enemy fighter jet. Images of the remaining parts of the aircraft obtained by a Tasnim reporter show this. Tasnim's military correspondent says, given that only one engine exhaust is visible in the image, it can be speculated that this possible fighter jet is an F-16 or F-35, although the stronger guess is that it is an F-16. A few hours ago, several fighter jets flew over some cities in the country, including Tehran, when they were surprised by heavy defensive fire from the armed forces. Some of these fighters, it says, Some of these fighters attempted to escape the defenses by dropping flares, but evidence suggests that one of these fighters was probably shot down. This has not yet been officially confirmed. Additional news will be sent later. This is not talking about the F-15E. This is a brand new report. They're saying that they believe this could be another fighter that was shot down. This is Tasnim News, Iranian state media. Why should you trust Iranian news? Here's why you should not just reject it. Because last night, probably around 2 a.m. U.S. time, Iranian state media came out with photos and said that those photos were of an American plane that was shot down. And it turns out those were legit. And there was an American plane shot down. So sometimes they're posting legit stuff. Now, it could just be not legit. I'm not telling you should definitely believe it. I'm just saying, I don't know. There is a pre-alert, Israel missile warning pre-alert right now. Southern Israel is where where the warnings are expected. I do not have a camera in southern Israel, but you can see there from so far red alert, Beersheba and some other areas there, Dimona and others. That is where some sort of alerts are expected. This is an early warning. Early warning. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you go to my X account, which is linked in the chat, oh, hold on a second here. Yeah, if you go to my X account, which is linked in the chat, you can see the photos that were posted by Tasnim Iranian state media, who about 10 minutes ago said there are photos of new plane wreckage in Iran, and they think another fighter jet may have been shot down. I will post a link to my post in the chat, but you can see it on my X account, and you can see the photos there. I have not seen any kind of expert analysis of these photos yet. Waiting for, there's supposed to be some missile alerts coming up in southern Israel. Sue said in the EU you can't see the photos on my X account. Is that true? Well, I'm sorry if that's true. There's nothing I can do about it. Give me a moment here. Give me 1 sec. Soon, some people are saying they can see my photos in the EU, I believe. Anyways, yeah, a number of viewers are saying we can see them. There is southern Israel, and soon we will see, any moment now, we're going to see missile alerts in southern Israel. Now, I have no idea whether Iran has shot down a second plane. If they have, then you need to start wondering, I think, have they somehow improved their air defense or something? But we'll have to see what happens. They already shot down 2 planes today, apparently, but one of them was during a search and rescue, which is a bit different because the planes are flying lower in that case. We have missile alerts right now in southern Israel. But if it's true they shot down a second fighter jet that wasn't in a search and rescue, that would really be something where, to me, seemed to cry out for explanation. So we have, including Dimona and Beersheba, missile alerts, southern Israel. I do not have a camera for southern Israel. We'll have to see what happens there. Andy says, I see your posts in the UK. Austin said Iran official claimed the IRGC introduced a new advanced defense system today. I saw them talk. We've read comments from them about some defense system. I mean, the thing is, for all I know, they make comments like that all the time. So I don't really know what to make of that. I mean, who knows? But thanks, Austin. Maybe I can go back and read one of those comments again in a little bit. The Mad Kiwi says they have been going on about a new defense system. I wonder if they received Russian or Chinese equipment. Still some alerts out there. I'm going to see if still an alert in Arad. Arad had a very bad direct hit weeks ago, I believe it was, where over 100 people were injured. Let me just check and see here. See if I have any updates about this latest missile alert. What are we seeing? I haven't seen anything updated. I'll look for Israeli media reports. Still a few alerts in Arad and near the Dead Sea. Thank you, Kitty Donahue. Kitty, this is the site I'm looking at is called So Far Red Alert. By the way, I gotta straighten this out here. So Far Red Alert. Now, why is this messing up here? Hang on. Hang on, here's what I have to do. That should be better. So Far Red Alert is the name of the site. TZOFAR. They also have an app as well. Thanks to O Bunny G for the gift memberships. Thank you, O Bunny G. Waiting for word on what happened with this missile alert. Also, am looking for more info on this report by Iranian state media claiming they might have shot down another fighter jet tonight. We'll have to see on that. Thank you also, Haley Spencer, for being a member. N12 says, no casualties reported so far from that missile alert in southern Israel. No casualties reported so far. I have not seen much analysis out there of these new photos posted by Iranian state media claiming that they are likely of another fighter that was shot down. I don't know if they're legit. I haven't seen analysis of it. It's people that know way more stuff about this than me. Now, in their post, what they said, Tasneem, is they said it can be, the stronger guess is that it's an F-16. They speculated it's an F-16. Just so you see what an F-16 looks like. Here, okay, see, this is what it looks like, the F-16 fighting. There's an F-16 right there from 162nd Wing. And so in the pictures, in a couple of the pictures, you seem to see the exhaust part of possibly a plane. See the rear of that plane? That's what two of the pictures. Yeah, single engine, right? As one of our viewers just said. And in the pictures, oh, by the way, hey, a quick thanks to Susan Ray Silvestri. Susan, that's really nice. Thanks for all the memberships. Susan Ray Silvestri, thank you, Susan. So in the pictures, two of the pictures show what looks like, again, I don't know if this is really a plane that got shot down, but they show something that could be the engine, the exhaust from the, so I don't know. Thanks also to Jane Jones. Jane Jones 8672 for the memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Jane Jones, that's really nice of you. Thank you, Jane Jones. Tasneem said, given that only one engine exhaust is visible in the image, it can be speculated this possible fighter jet is an F-16 or F-35, although the stronger guess is that it's an F-16. F-35, well, here's one. Here's a little about the F-35 from the Air Force. This is F-35. That's in a more advanced generation than the F-16. Can I see the back of it? I was trying to show you the back of it. There, see the F-35 has the one exhaust in the back there? But see, this is the F-15. F-15 has two, I really know nothing about this stuff, but you can see two exhausts. Okay, that's the F-15. I have an what is this? Hold on a second. That doesn't make any sense. Remember, the A-10 that was shot down reportedly, was shot down during the search and rescue operation. And from my very basic understanding, search and rescue operations are risky because the planes are flying low. The Washington Post said, combat search and rescue operations are some of the riskiest missions carried out by the U.S. military. Helicopters and planes used for such missions are vulnerable to enemy fire because they fly lower to the ground and must rely on other armed aircraft to protect them. Now, this is an armed aircraft. So, again, I don't... Is it any easier to shoot down an A-10 when it's on a search and rescue mission than when it's not? That I don't know. I'm assuming it is, but I might be wrong about that. By the way, Manny Fabian reports, rescue forces are responding to reports of an impact in southern Israel following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. No injuries are immediately reported. Shin, who I follow, who posts a lot of stuff about Iran, just posted he is wondering if Iran really did hit an F-16 tonight and bring that down. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not putting anything new in the headline here. That I'm just rewriting the headline to mention the two planes, but that's stuff we've been talking about for hours. There's this question now: has another plane been shot down? Wickedest Witch thinks the president and CENTCOM have decided to wait until possibly more is known regarding both crew and tell families first before any official statements. That's what they think. That's what Wickedest Witch thinks. I mean, you can make some sort of statement and just be as non-specific as you want, you know, but they've literally said nothing. Thank you, Wickedest Witch, for writing in. It's possible that there was a missile fall in southern Israel. I haven't heard anything about injuries yet, but possible there was a missile fall there from the last missile alerts. I'm seeing some videos online that claim to show a Iranian missile hitting in southern Israel. So that's something else we got to keep an eye on. Oh, also another launch toward Israel. I believe Manny Fabian just said this. Do we have another early warning? Did I read that right? Manny Fabian said this right now. He said another launch detected. Yes, Home Front Command. Breaking news, Tel Aviv area, central Israel, another launch detected. So let's get Tel Aviv camera full screen now. Early alert for Tel Aviv region. So now what we're going to do is get this big. Put the volume on from Tel Aviv. Maybe I can pull up cat The feed from, oh my gosh, hold on a second. That is crazy. Cat Meowski. Let me get the volume on. Cat Meowski has a feed. Let me just get this up on the screen for you. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. This feed will zoom in. This feed will not stay zoomed out. It'll either disappear or zoom in. So again, that Tel Aviv one you see in the background, we're going to lose that one because they're not allowed to show the sky. So we're waiting for the missile alerts. Hold on. Waiting for the missile alerts. Waiting for the missile alerts. There we have our alerts. Alerts are there. The alerts are there, Tel Aviv area and elsewhere around Tel Aviv. So let's go to the cameras. We're hearing sirens. Maybe on the Kautmiaski feed. Maybe on the Kautmiaski feed. I'll keep an eye on both. We're going to lose one of these cameras, I think. I'm looking at both. I see nothing on either. Nothing on either camera yet. Somebody said they saw something on Intel cam. I'm trying to show you both cameras. So I'm taking one and on and off, but I didn't see anything on either. Intel cam showed an interception, said Wolfie. I wasn't watching Intel cams, so. Someone said there's a cluster. Hold on. More sirens. That might be the big camera. All right, the big camera zoomed in. We're hearing sirens now. The top camera is from Kautmiaski. The bottom one is from Reuters. Is that camera behind? Okay. What happened is, I apologize. Normally the Reuters feed never gets behind. Somehow the Reuters feed, which is the one underneath, got behind. So it sounded like we were hearing sirens again, but what it was is we were hearing the sirens delayed on the second camera. We heard them live on the first camera. So there were not new sirens. You should have heard those when you heard the original sirens. Anyways, I did not see anything on either of these cameras, and I will see what the reporting says. Some of our viewers said they saw stuff on Intel cams. So let me let me look. What you're looking at now is the live shot from Tel Aviv, but again, they zoom in because they're not allowed to show the sky live there. So let me check and see some reporting about what just happened. Give me a moment here. Some of our viewers said it looked like a cluster thing. Thanks to Kautmiaski for allowing us to check out the feed. Now I need the other volume back on. One moment here. Why is that volume not on? Okay. Now, some people said they saw what looked like a cluster on Intel cams. Let me check and see what's being reported. One of the missiles, I'm a little confused here, saw a flash. I'm looking for at Israeli media right now to try to get an update. Lots of booms on Intel cams. Yes, I am seeing reports of possibly a cluster warhead. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so regarding the, hold on a second here. Regarding the previous missile alert a short while ago for southern Israel, Manny Fabian says firefighters in Israel say they're working to extinguish a fire sparked by a ballistic missile impact in the Neot Hovav industrial zone south of Beersheba in southern Israel. There are no reports of injuries or hazardous materials. There is a fire in some sort of industrial area in southern Israel from the previous missile wave, and a missile hit in southern Israel. From this new one, which we just saw, I'm waiting to see what we're hearing about that. And reportedly a cluster missile where it opens up in smaller sub-munitions end up spreading out and hitting different areas. So apparently this was a cluster missile, at least one cluster missile. Is there a new early warning right now? Am I seeing this correctly? Is there a new early warning? Hold on. Oh, large fire burning. I'm going to post a link in the chat to a video. Southern Israel industrial site. Large fire from a missile hit at a southern Israel industrial site. No injuries reported. And now I'm confused. Give me a moment here. I haven't seen that there's new alerts. I'm not aware of new alerts. But why does the SOFAR map say early warning? Yeah, the SOFAR map still says early warning. Hang on a moment. Again, I'm literally looking at the SOFAR map, and it says early warning on it. So I don't know if there's if there's a problem with the SOFAR map, because I haven't seen the confirmation of early warning. I think the map might be having an issue. That's what I think. Report of damage in the Petah Tikva area, according to N12 News Israel. I don't know what kind of damage, but Petah Tikva is, I believe, metropolitan, Metro Tel Aviv. So report of damage there. We have to see what we hear about it. Yediot News says initial reports of at least 2 shrapnel fall scenes in central Israel. Homefront Command says the event has ended. Okay. So no new warnings for now. News the Security Cabinet on Telegram says teams went to Petah Tikva and Rosh Ha'ayin. Maybe I can show you where that is. Petah Tikva is... Hang on, somehow this got all messed up. Petah Tikva is east of Tel Aviv. So some damage there, and then Rosh Ha'ayin is right here. See, it says Rosh Ha'ayin. So east of Tel Aviv, in Metro Tel Aviv, a couple reports of damage, maybe from a cluster missile, I don't know. We will wait and see what we hear from Israel on that. Again, it was a cluster missile, apparently, that was over the Tel Aviv area. All right, I'm keeping an eye out for updates. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says rescue forces are responding to reports of possible bomb-lit impacts across central Israel. There are no immediate reports of injuries. Remember, with a cluster missile, it opens up, and one article I read says about 24 smaller submunitions come out, each with the explosive force of roughly a grenade, and they land. And they land in different locations. So waiting to get an update on what is going on there. President Trump just posted a video. President Trump just posted a video. Let's listen to what President Trump has to say. Thanks for letting me know. I haven't even listened to it yet. Here's President Trump.
This Holy Week, I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time.
All right.
The resurrection of our Lord and Savior.
Well, sounds like it's not about the planes.
Resurrection from the tomb. He proved that even death itself will not silence those who place their trust in Almighty. We also celebrate the extraordinary resurrection of faith.
So it's not about that
in America.
It's not about that. I don't believe he has posted about. No, he has not posted about the planes being shot down and the pilot, search for the missing crew member and all that. I thought maybe he had. Manny Fabian posted a picture of an unexploded Iranian cluster in central Israel. I just posted a link in the chat to that. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. One moment. Everything's falling apart. The New York Times said about 20 minutes ago that residents of Tehran report heavy airstrikes across the city. Near Devori, so N12 News reports in four different areas possible damage from the missile, cluster missile, it sounds like. Petah Tikva, Bnei Brak, Rosh Ha'ayin, those are all outside of Tel Aviv, and also Givatayim. Is that also outside of Tel Aviv? Givatayim? Yes. All to the east of Tel Aviv. The Israeli police say the forces from the Central District Police, the Border Guard, and explosives experts are working to address the sites where rocket fragments fell in the Sharon area of the Central District. No injuries at this stage. No injuries reported yet at this stage. I am seeing a photo of a little video, I don't have the rights to it, but showing some damage in Petah Tikva in Metro Tel Aviv at a building. This doesn't look like enormous damage, but some damage seen there. Nocturnal Guitar says they are annoyed by the flashing light on the Beirut shot. So the other Beirut shot is that. Would you prefer that? Because Nocturnal Guitar was very upset by the flashing light. So that's the alternative shot. So which one do you guys want? Which Beirut shot do you want? Do you want this one or this one? Which one do you want? You tell me. I'm asking the chat. Okay, people are saying they want the one with the light. So whoever that was, Nocturnal Guitar, whatever your name is, you can now argue with everyone else in the chat who's saying they want the one with the light. No injuries reported after the Iranian ballistic missile carrying a cluster warhead spread bomblets across central Israel, says Manny Fabian. The submunitions hit several cities in the Tel Aviv area, causing damage. Okay, so no injuries from that latest cluster missile in the Tel Aviv area. I have not heard any updates from, about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, I think it was. About an hour and a half ago, Iranian state media posted some photos of what they said was new plane wreckage, and they claimed it was likely that another fighter jet had been shot down. That was Tasnim state media. I don't have any update on that. I don't know if it is another fighter jet that's been shot down. It's a different one than the one we've been talking about. I'll let you know if I have an update for you. Thank you to our moderators, Beth, Mythical, and Ruth are moderating. Thank you so much, Beth, Mythical, and Ruth. Give me a moment here. Thanks also Eric Pony and Jackie Glassman Rubin for the Facebook stars. I forgot to thank them earlier. Thank you. Thanks also to LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I got that fire Matthew Kohai 3 on Twitch, who are moderating there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley on Facebook, thanks so much. Also, Diane Allworth, thanks for subscribing. Christy Claft, thanks for subscribing over there. All of our other subscribers there. Yeah, again, sorry on YouTube. They haven't fixed the super chat yet. As I mentioned to you, it's a YouTube issue. I have talked to them about it. They keep saying it's going to get fixed like in a day or so, and it just hasn't gotten fixed yet. So sorry about that. I apologize. I appreciate you asking about it, but hopefully soon. That's the best I can tell you. I've talked to them multiple times about it. Thank you also, Shauna Kagan, our new member. Soon I'm going to have to eat something. Soon. We haven't eaten all day. Hussar family thinks that the photos posted by Tasnim State Media like an hour and a half ago thinks that they're more likely a drone than the fighter jet. That I don't know. What I'll do is I need to take a minute and grab some more water. In a short while I will heat up some food. But for right now, I basically just need a minute. Just give me like a minute or so, and I'm coming right back. I just need a minute. Give me 1 minute. Okay. We are bringing you live coverage here. Still no statement from the U.S. about the aircraft situation. Nothing. Not a single statement, public statement about anything. First, apparently an F-15E fighter plane was shot down over Iran. One crew member was rescued. The other, we don't know where they are. No word. Then, after that, there was during the search and rescue operation, an A-10 Warthog was also shot down, reportedly, by Iran. The crew member ejected and was rescued. Also, reportedly, 2 Blackhawk helicopters in the search were damaged by Iranian fire, with some on board being wounded. And aside from that, Iranian state media claims they may have shot down another fighter plane, but that's being looked into. That is totally unconfirmed. Yeah, Jim Aconia says it takes quite a bit to down an A-10. They are designed, I believe, to be resilient. And can take damage. But apparently, according to reports, the pilot was able to fly the plane out of Iranian airspace to Kuwait, and then ejected from the plane. I'll post a link to another video of a cluster munition impact in Tel Aviv. It's like a small crater in the road. Evergreen Intel, who knows a lot about aircraft, said of the pictures that state media posted like an hour and a half ago, not a lot to go off of from those pics. Texas Deb says Fox is reporting they're still looking for the crew member that is missing. Thanks. I didn't see that report myself, but it certainly makes sense because we've heard nothing from the U.S. about the crew member and nothing from Iran further about the crew member. Some people keep mentioning Karg Island in the chat. I have no update for you. There's no new news about Karg Island. I'll let you know if there is, but I haven't heard a single piece of new news about Carg Island. Hey, thanks so much to Lisa of the Lion for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Lisa of the Lion. Also, Hi-Fi Beef. Thanks for being a member. I want to shout out also our Twitch subscribers, people like Guy from the 207. Thanks for subscribing over there. Strong One, CC, and Veli C, Davio 8, Canadian Till the End, VO, Matthew Kohai 3, Hugh J, Tex Slug, Grant 74P, Caramon, Dread Loch Ness Monster, Flaps 15, Graybeard Games, Cesaron, Static X, Jeff 1202. Thanks for subscribing over there. Also our YouTube members, people like Eric Johnson, Scholastic, KS Dad, Patricia Grace, Turned Off, Kenny E, Nashitullah Sharif, Humbology, Gary Baines, Semis, WT Petunia, Carly Manrique, Plastic 1115, Texas Woman, A4 Ahmed, Lord Cannabis, American Filipina Couple, Winston, thanks for being members, Texas Woman Gregory Scherer, Gary Baines, Yukon, Pardoity, Mark Westbrook, Sydney, Alaskan Lost, Roger Davis Jr., Barry 69, Deadwing, Angel Beach, Haley Girl, Roger Davis, Pixie, Fish, Bernard Tapey, JD63, JK Cinar, Frosted Flames, and all of our other members over on YouTube. Appreciate your support. Althea Toon, Shadow Mill, JK Cinar, Flying High, thank you. Also, Azizat, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. I missed Azizat. Guys, Trump was not scheduled to go anywhere, I don't think. We talked about this before. Some people are commenting that they think it's significant he's staying at the White House. His schedule didn't say he was leaving. I checked it earlier. Daniel Fletcher says, no, he wasn't. Easter egg hunt. His schedule last night. Oh, by the way, a quick thank you to Terry Bradley. Really appreciate your support. Terry Bradley, Squinting Cat. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Thanks, by the way, to Baron Lataken for your support as well. Thank you so much, Baron. President Trump's schedule as of last night had nothing about him leaving. I'm looking at the schedule right now. They sent it out last night. There was nothing about him leaving town today. Thanks also, Mark P85 for the membership. Thanks, Mark. And also Tristan, I think this is a real name, Tristan McCracken. Thank you, Tristan. And also Yori Ella. Thank you, Yori Ella, for the membership. I appreciate that. No official word at all yet about the aircraft happenings today. None. Not a peep. Nothing. See this headline right here. At least 2 U.S. aircraft shot down as war in Iran escalates. At least 1 crew member is missing. Shaf, thank you so much. You've given so many memberships, Shaf. Thank you. Shaf gave 10 memberships. That's so nice of you. Also, TE88, who gave, no joke, like hundreds of memberships last night. That was incredible. TA88 just gave some more memberships. TE88, PFCR, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the memberships. Please thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. Yes, as one of our viewers just said, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard has not said anything about having anybody in custody. The MDA said that in Bnei Brak, outside of Tel Aviv, a 45-year-old man had a minor injury. He was injured by glass fragments in his face during the last missile attack. Give me a moment. I'm just making a quick adjustment in the ticker. I think I updated the Okay, I just updated the red ticker to make it a little more, make it a bit better, I hope, for you. Thanks so much to Dion0043 for being a member. Hey, thanks, Dion. Let's try to get you some more updates here. I gotta put some food in the oven pretty shortly. When will we hear something more? When will we get any comment from the U.S. government about what happened today? Gary Bain says, I don't think the U.S. will comment on the missing pilot because it will just invoke a negative reaction. Bad Bison says, at this point, I doubt he brings it up at all. You mean President Trump? Nathan McCanley thinks Trump's response will probably be in retaliation strikes. No updates on the missing crew member. None. Thank you to Becca Boo for becoming a member. Thank you, Becca. Hold on a second here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a second and I'm going to just hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Let me just take a second here and put a little food in the oven. Take a minute or two, probably just a minute to do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just take a minute. I'm going to come back in 1 minute, and in a minute I'll be back to bring you more coverage. Thank you for your patience. I am heating up a little food because I have to eat something. We will keep the stream going, trying to get you updates about this situation with the planes. Will we hear more in the coming minutes? No update on rescue efforts whatsoever. Literally, the United States government has said absolutely nothing about this. Nothing at all. Official. Nothing official. Sounds like some people have been talking to reporters without putting their names to things, but nothing, no official statements. A grand total of 0 official statements from the government about this. James Perry says they are not going to say anything. Thanks to our member, there's another member, flew by. Cinnamon Roll Reader, thank you. Is Trump still keeping his April 6th deadline to open up the Strait of Hormuz or get power plants attacked that he posted on True Social like 7 days ago? I have absolutely no idea. I have no idea. Oh, we're supposed to get, hey, I think I'm supposed to get some video from Israel of some damage. Give me a moment here. Do I have any already? No. I am supposed to get some footage shortly of some damage from the latest missile attack. As soon as I get that, I'll show it to you. Hold on. No, I don't have it yet. I'm not aware that anybody was injured. But supposed to have some shots of damage. The Sunday, because it's a long weekend, the oil market doesn't open again till Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then stock market, of course, is Monday. The Wall Street Journal said Emirates Aluminum said it could take up to a year before aluminum operations at its Al Tawila production site are fully restored following an Iranian strike. That site was damaged Sunday. Yeah, here it says it right here. Emirates Global Aluminum said their Al Tawila site, one of the biggest aluminum production complexes in the world, it sustained significant damage as a result of the Iranian missile and drone attacks. This is in the UAE. To resume operations, we must repair infrastructure damage and progressively restore each of the reduction cells. Early indications are a complete restoration of the primary aluminum production could take up to 12 months. That's from Emirates Global Aluminum. I'm going to post that. So, Emirates Global Aluminum says it will take up to 12 months to restore production at its Al Tawila site, one of the biggest aluminum production complexes in the world. After recent Iranian attacks on the site. After Iranian missile and drone attacks on the site. All right, sorry about that. I just wanted to get that posted. It's weird. It's spelled aluminium some places and aluminum other places. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Oh no. I did it wrong. Let's try this one more time. I'm almost done posting that one thing. I know, it took me a while. All right, now I'm going to be done posting that thing. So I apologize for the delay. Okay, I got that posted. Sorry for the delay. I apologize. I'm going to be eating something soon, but I'll be eating right here, so... if anything huge happens, I'll just stop eating and come on the air again. Otherwise, I'll come on again after I eat. There is a recap in the red ticker for you. I haven't gotten any video yet from sites of missile damage. Oh, thanks so much to Michelle PV8XF for the memberships. Thank you, Michelle. That's much appreciated. Thank you. Are Americans searching right now for that crew member or not? I don't know what the U.S. knows about this crew member. We haven't gotten anything from the U.S. about it. No, Trump did not skip going back to Florida. People keep saying this in the chat. Again, I had his schedule last night. They come out with his schedule every day. Nowhere on the schedule did it say he was supposed to leave tonight. His schedule did not say he was leaving tonight, and the schedule always says when it's planned that he's going to leave. What is this? Oh. Our viewer YE2K2 says, we're not getting much information. Why? Man, people are posting. I have to start timing people out if they post stuff that just seems clearly false in the chat. And you got to take some responsibility for what you're posting in the chat. You really do. Oh, I didn't see this. I guess there was a... Give me 1 second. Let me go to the other... I can't see it. I saw a report possibly of an attack on the Beirut southern suburbs, but you're not seeing much on either camera from Beirut, so I'll keep an eye on it. In case you didn't see it, I want to post in the chat again. There's a video that I've seen a bunch of people post, which is apparently legit, apparently of helicopters flying low over Iran to search and some people on the ground firing small arms at them. I'll post a link to that in the chat. I've been posting videos and photos on my X account, which is pinned in the chat, so you can check there for stuff if you want to know what we've been talking about. Here, I'm going to post the link to this video again in the chat, though. Why did two people just say in the chat in the last 5 minutes, the Revolutionary Guard confirmed they captured the pilot? I'm looking at Iranian state media. I don't see this anywhere. I'm literally looking at Iranian state media. So where are people, as one of our viewers say, people say this stuff in the chat and they don't source it. Where are you getting this? Did they call you up and tell you this personally? Because I don't know where these reports are coming from. And two different people said it, not just one in the chat. Are they cutting and pasting something they're seeing on social media? Haven't seen it anywhere. No, I don't think they're trolling. I think people might be seeing some post on social media somewhere, and they just cut and paste it in the chat. But it's like, you know, all it does is mislead people in the chat. Yeah, I don't think it's trolls. I think it's, you know, again, people sometimes they just see stuff on social media and they just cut and paste it. But you got to say where you're getting it. Okay, we're going to, what I'm going to do, I have to eat a little bit. I have some food ready to eat. So what I'm going to do is I am going to eat something now. I'm going to be right here. I'll keep an eye on everything. If there's some big update, I'm just going to jump on the air, okay? I'll be looking for it while I am, I never got any Tel Aviv aftermath video like I was supposed to. But again, yeah, while I'm eating, I will be keeping up on all the headlines and everything. And I will jump on as soon as I see something. Otherwise, I'll come back after I eat. I appreciate people watching the stream here. Thank you for watching. Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. should be smaller. Okay, so again, I'm keeping an eye on things. We're going to keep this on, and I think maybe, I don't know if this camera, how actively manned this camera is. I kind of want to maybe switch it to the other Beirut cam. But what is this? Now I'm really confused. Hold on a moment here. Before I go, let me just fix up here. That was weird. Oh, I'm going to put the other Beirut cam up now. I think it's better now. So give me a moment here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get the other Beirut cam up for you. I think it'll be better now. Here we go. Ready? Okay. So I'm leaving this up for you. I'll be right. I'm going to eat and I'll be back shortly. We just saw a strike. We just saw a strike right now. I'm going to take the Tel Aviv camera off. Hold on. I'm going to take the Tel Aviv camera off. So we just saw it. The camera didn't move, though. I think the camera person might be asleep. I'll replay that for you if you give me a second. But here, let me just replay that for you again. I believe that was a airstrike in Beirut. I will replay it for you. Ooh, I don't know if I can. Actually, that's not easy for me to replay. You can see the smoke there. Hold on. I'll have to replay that when I get back. I will replay it when I get back, okay? I have to download. This is not an easy one to replay. I have to download video. So you can see the smoke is back there on the back right there. See the smoke? So again, when I get back after I eat, remind me and I'll go find that and I'll replay it for you. Just remind me when that happened. All right? So again, that was Israel attacking a Hezbollah-related target in the southern suburbs of Lebanon, southern suburbs of Beirut. I'll move this thing over so you can see the smoke. And I'll keep Tel Aviv off because you're more likely to see something here. Okay. So I'll be back shortly. Actually, you know what? I can replay that for you right now. If you give me 2 seconds, I'll replay it for you right now. Just from our own broadcast. I can give you a better replay later, but before I go back to eating, let me just replay that for you right now. Replay it for you right now. Turn off the volume here. Just from our own broadcast. Actually, you know what? I can. If I can find where it was. Actually, I don't even know where it happened. I'm not going to do it right now. I got to find it. I will eat and then replay it for you after. Okay, that's what I'll do. So hang out. I'll just remind me when I come back and we'll replay it. Hey, thanks. I am back, but I need actually about 10 seconds. Hold on. Okay, now what we need is get rid of this, turn this down. I would like to replay for you when did that trying to figure out when the airstrike happened so I could replay it for you. 3:57:30 Iran time. There you go. Thanks to the viewer. Thanks for a number of viewers. A number of viewers posted that. Thank you. I have it right here. So I'm going to replay this. So I'll turn this off. Hold on. Here's how I'm doing this. What I need to do is, why am I hearing two things? Oh, I see. Hold on 1 second. I see what's happening. Give me a moment. All right, so if we do this, all right, I'm going to play it right now. This is moments ago in Beirut. I guess I have to put up on the screen moments ago. No, it's not the White House. A few minutes ago. You're going to see it right here. Just watch on the screen there. Oops. Hold up. Sorry, it's so loud. I gotta go back. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on. People are saying, someone just said Trump posted on True Social. Sorry. Someone just said Trump posted on True Social. So I need to go to True Social. I don't see. Nothing on True Social. So I'm going to time that person out again. That's somebody I'm going to time out because that was false information. There's nothing on True Social from Trump. So let me just time out that person, and then I will show you that. Where did this go? Hold on. Now I'm missing something else. Something else disappeared on me, and then I'll show you the replay of that. I have the replay all ready to go. All right, let me get this on the screen. Good. You know, that airstrike was kind of off camera. Okay, so here is, again, let's watch this one more time. Gotta turn it down a little bit. It's so loud. Too loud. Let's see if I queued this up correctly. So you'll see the flash on the right. This was in right there. See that right there? It's just off. You'll see in a second. It's just off camera. That's the problem. It's just too far off camera. Play it one more time. Anyways, no, it wasn't me in the way. It just when it happened, it was off camera, and the camera person I think was asleep. So we just caught the end of it. Then he panned the camera over. Anyways, AP had a good view. Well, I don't have access to the AP stream right now, so. But again, it's not. I can't. The blue thing is burned into the screen. If I want to, I can get a clean version of that, but I'm not going to bother to go through the downloading a clean version of it, which is a pain, because from what I can see, most of it was off camera anyway. Okay? If I pause it, I think you'll see that. I think. I'll pause it and prove it to you. Right. Uh-oh. I missed it. Hold on. One moment. It's a little funky how I'm doing this. I'm not going back far enough. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm gonna just be done with this. I was just trying to get it again. Oh, 357.20 or something like that? Here. 357.30. That's what it was. I think. Yeah. Here. Yeah, see, there it is. There it is right there. That's it. Most of it is, even if I removed the blue thing and got the clean version, most of it is off to the side. So I'm not going to worry about it right now. All right. Let me get everything up to live now. That's what I need to do. So there's the live shot right there. That's not a few minutes ago. That's now. But I want it to be there. All right, that's live. And we don't need this. I do want to get Tel Aviv back on the screen. There's Tel Aviv. Okay, very well. Get the volume back on. Fine. And let me check some things here. Oops. Oh, by the way, thanks so much, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you to AZ Intel's dad for your support. That's very nice of you. It really is AZ Intel's dad. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Redden, AZ Intel's dad, for your support for the channel. Very nice of you. Sorry, I am just kind of getting caught up here on things. I appreciate your patience. I didn't see anything while I was eating that was big and new on what's been going on. I'm not aware that there has been any kind of U.S. government official post about any of this today. Still. So way earlier today, reportedly a U.S. F-15E fighter jet was shot down in Iran. One crew member was rescued by the U.S. The other crew member is unaccounted for. The U.S. mounted a search operation, and reportedly an A-10 Warthog plane that was part of that search operation got shot down. The pilot flew it out of the damaged plane, out of Iranian airspace, and then ejected, and that pilot was rescued. And reportedly, 2 Blackhawk helicopters involved in the search were damaged by an Iranian fire, and some crew members on those helicopters got hurt. But we still have no official announcement about this from anyone in the U.S. government. And a bunch of you have seen some of the photos that Iranian state media released, just to, as a reminder. We have a photo that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard released, which is of a seat apparently from the plane. I believe multiple outlets have said that this seat is consistent with an F-15E seat. You can see the parachute-y looking thing. I don't know if that's called a parachute or something else, but you can see there it in the picture. And again, that is from Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Intelligence X account posted that. And then just to show you some other photos here. Two other photos. There were a number of photos of wreckage posted online by Iranian state media. Here are a couple of the photos that they had posted. That is one. It says Europe over here. It is believed that this was a U.S. F-15E fighter jet that was based in the UK. And here's another one coming up. There's another piece of the plane. Okay, so still no word from the U.S. government. Nothing, not a peep. And Iranian state media also claimed that later they claimed that there was more wreckage they said it looked like a different plane. Tasnim state media posted nighttime photos of what they said was different wreckage, which they believed was another fighter jet that had been shot down. I haven't really heard much more on that. Evergreen Intel, for example, who knows a lot about planes, posted that those photos were not much to go on. I have certainly not seen anyone yet look at those photos and say, oh, I think they've shot down another plane. But we'll have to just see. Maybe they'll post more photos. Let me check and see if we have any new reporting here. There's an interesting article in the Wall Street Journal today, and the article says an Iranian strike on the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, caused more damage than disclosed. That was on March 3rd. While the Saudi Defense Ministry had said at the time the attack had resulted in a limited fire and minor damage, current and former officials said it was worse, sparking a blaze that raged for half a day. Parts of the embassy were damaged and not recoverable. If the attack had occurred during working hours, it could have been a mass casualty event, officials said. What's happening here? Iranian strike on U.S. embassy in Riyadh. Give me one more second here. One more moment. Just posting a link to this article. Okay, I got that posted. No, I don't see any missile alerts right now. N-137 Ya says, thought they were incapable of doing this shooting down of aircraft. Five minutes ago, Bahrain said the alert has been sounded, and citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So, report of some sort of Iranian attack in Bahrain. As I said before, there was a bunch of reporting and photos which suggested that, what was it, a week or two ago, an American AWACS plane got destroyed at a Saudi airbase. I don't recall the U.S. government ever making any comment on that whatsoever. None. I have not heard a single comment on that from the U.S. government. I might be wrong, but I haven't heard one officially. I would think at some point they'll have to say something about this because people are involved, but who knows when that'll be. Hang on a moment here. Ron Lolordo thinks a major ground incursion is underway. I haven't heard anything about that. Roger Shoemaker thinks they're being quiet for damage control. Now, we also haven't heard Iran say they have anybody in custody. Dion thinks they are not commenting on operational losses. The Economist has an article today, and the headline says a captive American in Iran could lead to further escalation. They say it could prompt Donald Trump to follow through on his worst threats. Now, we don't know if there will be a captive. We don't know if that other crew member survived. Certainly hope they do and hope that they can get rescued. But we don't even know that. The Economist says captured pilots have often become central to the narrative of American wars. In Vietnam, almost 500 aircrew were taken as prisoners by North Vietnam, most famously John McCain. In 1991 and 2003, Saddam Hussein used downed American pilots for propaganda purposes, forcing them to record video statements opposing the war and parading them on television. Iran used diplomats. Well, Iran, of course, took hostages at the American embassy in 1979. They said in 2016, 10 U.S. Navy crew were seized by Iran near Farsi Island in the Persian Gulf. They were held for less than a day, though photographed kneeling with hands on heads in humiliating fashion. If Iran were to capture an American officer, it would serve as a potent bargaining chip, says The Economist. If Iran were able to parade a POW on television, an act that would violate the Geneva Conventions, the country could add to its leverage on top of the tight grip on the Strait of Hormuz. Refusing to disclose any information about the pilot's fate or whereabouts could also give Iran an advantage. That's interesting. On April 3rd, Iran said it was unwilling to participate in talks with America in Islamabad and that America's demands were unacceptable. Why did they say refusing to disclose any information about the pilot's fate or whereabouts could give an advantage? That's an interesting thought. Do they mean something like, is the thinking something like if the crew member doesn't survive, but they don't let the U.S. know that or something? I don't know. The Economist says, should the crew member be rescued, the incident may well cause some jitters in America, but would not be seen as a big military setback. Serbia, for instance, shot down an American stealth aircraft back in 1999 with little impact on the outcome of the war. Pacific Patriot says Steve is becoming Iran's own Tokyo Rose. Hey, look, guys, if you want me to play the Trump speeches, right, and you want me to read the Trump speeches and the Hegseth stuff and the stuff coming out of the Israeli government and the UAE government and the Dubai government, well, I'm also going to post the stuff and read the stuff from the Iranian government. You can't have it both ways. Also, let me remind you, how did we first find out about this fighter jet? Actually, we haven't found out anything about the fighter jet or the other aircraft from the American government because it said nothing. Well, I guess it has some officials, they've said nothing. It sounds like some officials have talked to the press, not on the record, with their name attached to it. How do we first find out about this? We first found out because last night, Iranian state media posted photos of this plane. That's how the world found out about it. Okay? So I'm sorry if you don't like when I post stuff from Iranian state media, but first of all, it's hard to get information coming out of Iran, and what Iran's government is thinking is important. Also, clearly, as in the case of this plane, you sometimes find out real news from what they're posting. But also, we play Trump speeches and events all the time. Okay? And we give you his view of things. So I'm not going to start playing him and Netanyahu and the UAE and reading all of their stuff, but say, no, I can't tell you what the Iranian government says. By the way, it wasn't just that one person saying that. I've seen several people say things that are similar. A number of people have said that today. What was I saying, though? I was saying, I'm sorry. The Economist said that a captive American airman in Iranian hands would almost certainly trigger outrage among many Americans, says The Economist, potentially inducing Mr. Trump to respond harshly to coerce Iran into returning him or her. In recent weeks, the president has threatened to blow up Iranian power plants and desalination facilities. On April 2nd, as we've talked about, America destroyed a bridge under construction in the north of Iran, with Mr. Trump saying it was the biggest in the country. He has backed off from the worst of his threats. A desperate bid to secure the release of a POW could change that. So they're saying, I do agree with the overall sense of the comment, and I think that's a reasonable thing to think. This could become a very, obviously it's an important occurrence, but it could become a very important part of the war if there is an American prisoner that's in the hands of Iran. By the way, a quick thank you to, sorry, it's not working. Louis R. Hey, Louis R., that's so nice of you. Louis R. gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. That's really nice of you, Louis R. Thanks for your support, all your support of the channel. Make sure you thank Louis R. if you get a membership from Louis R. Also, RDG gave 10 people memberships. RDG3, D923. RDG3, D923 gave 10 memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you so much. Please thank somebody if they gave you a membership. But that's really kind of you. Who knows if Iran had a U.S. prisoner in custody? I was thinking about this. How would they treat that person? What would they do with that person? Would they make videos with the person? Would they make the person say certain things? Would they ask for like a ransom for the person? I don't know what Iran would do. Robo thinks Iran would be parading them around for propaganda for a while. It's possible that person has not been found. It's possible that they have been found and we just don't know it yet by either side. Sadly, it's also possible they're no longer alive. Betsy's tag says the problem is we are not given any reports at all. Northwoods Hiker said the pilot would be a valuable resource to Iran. I mean, I hate to be crude about it, but I'm sure they think about it like that. A quick thank you to Sunny Bronze. Hey, Sunny Bronze, that's really nice ago. Sunny Bronze just gave 10 people memberships over there on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, Flying High gave 20 people memberships. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Please thank Flying High if you got a membership from them. Thank you, Flying High. Much appreciated. It is 5:12 Iran time, 5:12 a.m., 4:42 Israel time. Shout out to our moderators, by the way, who have been here. Leslie Ladyhawk is there, and Roberts May Queen is over there right now. Appreciate you being here. All of our moderators, they're on YouTube right now. And our Twitch moderators. 13 Alamo, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, and Sarah. Thank you. Also, thanks to speaking of Twitch, thanks to Tech Slug and Black Day. Black Day subscribed and Hot Richard subscribed. Thanks Gloomin and 13 Alamo for your support on Twitch. Johannes Kreikhammer subscribed. Thank you. Guy from the 207 gifted a subscription. And Jack's Animals subscribed. And also Tech Slug gave out 5 subscriptions. So nice of you. I want to thank the rest of our mods. But thanks for your support over there on Twitch. That's really nice of you. Hey, also thanks to our Facebook moderators. We actually had to, while I was eating, we had to restart the Facebook stream. So I restarted that stream. Kay Lowry Body has been moderating over there. Margaret Riley, huge thanks. Thanks Randy Economy and Diane Allworth and Juliana Martin for subscribing there. Brian Davio as well. Paul Anderson is modding. Thanks Aaron Van Ness for subscribing. Thanks again Paul for modding. Thanks also Joshua Randall Wilson Turner for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate that, Joshua. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha are moderating too on X. They moderate for us over there. Thank you so much to our X mods. Made Dirty by Design, thanks for being a member. And Flying High, thanks so much again for the memberships. Thanks also Susan Nelson for being a member. Thanks, Susan. It's interesting. Even President Trump hasn't posted anything about this today. Just silence from the government. And I mean, I would think that suggests that they don't have the person in custody, but I have no idea. I would think they would want to announce if they had rescued the second person. Thank you, Texas Woman. I am Tack. Thank you. And West Coast Walker, thank you. I'm hearing like some music on the stream or something. Now that's gone. One of the viewers, JD63, thinks that the pilot has a good idea if the other crew member, the weapons system operator, is alive. That I don't know. It's an interesting question. One of our viewers said if the Revolutionary Guard finds the pilot, they'll be fine, but if civilians find them, who knows? That's what our viewer said. Again, yeah, people keep asking about this April 6th deadline. I don't know if President Trump cares about that anymore. I have no idea. About 7 days ago, he said there was an April 6th deadline for opening up the Strait of Hormuz, or he would, attack the power plants? But he said a bunch of other things in the interim. I don't know if that's something forefront in his mind. He hasn't said anything about it, so your guess is as good as mine, whether he's thinking of enforcing that. Remember, he said a week ago, he said they have 10 more days, he said, to open the Strait of Hormuz. And it ends up being April 6th. But I don't see him actively mentioning it, so. Thank you, Susan Nelson, for the gift membership. Thank you, Susan. Our viewer RMC thinks a lot is not being disclosed. Whoa, what is going on? Michelle says if Iran is smart, they will give him all the rights of the Geneva Convention. You mean if they have somebody in custody? Our viewer Blackhead says Iran doesn't care about rules. LL thinks Trump is going to go nuclear. That's what our viewer LL said. Thank you to Ed Weeby for the membership. Thanks, Ed. I appreciate that. Again, there were a number of reports of significant airstrikes in Tehran tonight. I don't know what was hit. Our viewer, one of our viewers says he's going to take out the power plants. Saudi Arabia says they have issued a warning in the eastern province to alert of a potential danger. They issue these warnings. It's not so rare. I've seen these warnings before. Maybe before an Iranian drone attack or something. I'm not sure. Dubai says their authorities dealt with an incident resulting from the fall of shrapnel on the facade of one of the buildings in the marina area due to a, once again, successful aerial interception, with no fire breaking out or injuries recorded. Thank you to Jesus UCSB. Jesus UCSB, I appreciate the memberships. Thank you so much. It is now basically just about 10 p.m. Eastern time, and we have no comment yet today from all of this stuff about the planes and the helicopters from the United States government. Not a single comment. Austin Batman says, in Dubai, it's always damage from debris falling from a successful interception. When will we get an update? That's the question. When is that going to happen? Some of our viewers thinks Iran could torture the crew member if they find the person. Ma Shore says Iran doesn't do that. It is now after 10 Eastern time. We don't know what is going on. Nothing out of the White House today. Monty Mon thinks no news is good news. Brownie thinks the silence is deafening. CBS News said they talked to a Marine Corps veteran who believed that the crew member would have a GPS tracker, a beacon, and an encrypted radio that would allow them to avoid enemy personnel while signaling potential rescuers. We don't know if it's a man. Daniel Shahar thinks the airman needs to be accounted for before the government makes such statements. Steve Holt says Trump's actions got the strait closed and he needs to do whatever he has to do to get it open, to get gas prices back down. Artemis says they are halfway to the moon. When the astronauts arrive, they will conduct a lunar flyby and collect scientific observations of the moon's surface. OCBB thinks the radio silence from the White House is kind of worrying. I just need to take a minute here. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Just give me 1 minute, all right, guys? I'm coming right back. More coverage coming up. I'll leave that up there. All right. 1 minute. Maybe 1.5 minutes. We'll see. Thank you for your patience. Hang on a moment here. One second. Okay. It is now 10:12 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have any updates at all day, from the U.S. government. Nothing from Trump, nothing from anyone else in the government. Nothing official. No statements all day. Nothing. Loner Checky says sometimes silence can tell a lot. One of the viewers said we are in the middle of a war. Fars News, which is Iranian state media, just posted photos of what they claim. They claim that there was an Iranian attack on a base in Kuwait, and they claim that a American helicopter was damaged. Are these pictures legit? I don't know. It's a Chinook helicopter. They have 3 different pictures of it, and they claim that it was damaged in an Iranian attack on a Kuwait base. Iranian state media also published a couple days ago, 3 days ago, what they claim is satellite photos showing that Iranian forces have successfully targeted and destroyed key U.S. military infrastructure at Al-Adiri base. I don't know if that's true, in Kuwait. Barry says, Images show significant damage to the cockpit of the Chinook. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if those are legit photos, but the photos they posted show like the front of the plane just, front of the helicopter just obliterated, but I don't know if those are legit. Elswe thinks the government won't say anything negative over the holiday. Our viewer Katie Kubiak says, very troubling. I think all hell is about to take place. Trump might be furious. Randy French says, Iran is known to put out false news information. Dan Lampkin says maybe the crew member will defect and be paraded through the streets. I'm not sure what you mean by defect, but paraded through the streets is certainly, who knows? This is, if the crew member is alive and Iran gets the person, who knows what they're going to do? I have no idea. Maybe you mean like they're forced to defect, to claim they're defecting, like they're forced to say it or something. Dan might mean something like that. Oh, by the way, thanks on Facebook too. David Malcolm and Joshua Randall Wilson Turner for the Facebook stars. Thank you. No, President Trump was not supposed to go to Florida tonight. He is in D.C., but he wasn't supposed to go to D.C. tonight. His schedule said he wasn't going. I will say this, if you're the U.S. government and they don't know where this pilot is, this crew member is, and if you wait to say something and you say nothing, and if Iran finds the person, well, then they can say the first thing. So, I mean, one might argue that you, if you're the government, U.S., you want to say something before Iran says something. I don't know. It might be a bit jarring for Americans if Iran is the one who lets them know before their own government about something. No, I have no Iran feeds. Hold on a moment here. Just Ozzy thinks the U.S. knows where he is. Collected Chaos says people forget the regime was literally born through taking hostages. I don't put anything past them for prisoners. Fred Flintstone says Delta Force is probably on it. We should check marine traffic. I haven't even checked it in a while. There is nothing over Iran on flight radar. Supposedly, the plane went down possibly in southwestern Iran. But, I mean, there might be all kinds of aircraft that we're not seeing on the flight tracker. Not even much that people are tracking. I mean, this is the top to track plane is 3,200 people. That is a refueling tanker, I believe. Sorry, you can't see it there. That might be refueling planes that are going to attack Iran. Yeah, that plane was a refueling tanker. As Austin points out, the KC-135s, those are not young planes. They were first introduced in 1957. The KC-135s are one of 9 military fixed-wing aircraft with over 60 years of continuous service. They were manufactured from 1955 to 1965. Barry said they're flying a lot of hours in this conflict. Here is marine traffic. Marinetraffic.com, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. There have been a trickle of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz recently, presumably with agreement from Iran. Instead of going straight through here in the middle, that's the normal route, they are going around Larak Island. Alerts are quiet tonight. We had a couple of missile alerts a few hours ago. Looks like that ship looks like it maybe is heading for the strait. Towards the Gulf. That's a crude oil tanker. Looks like it's a Chinese tanker, that one. Oh. Wait, what happened here? Now I'm confused. I thought I should be signed up for marine traffic. Oh, I'm not logged in. That's the problem. I'm not logged in. Now I'm logged in. Getting there. I am supposed to be logging in. Here. I was looking at this ship, because it looked like it was getting close to maybe going through the strait into the Gulf. This ship, the Rebbe, is a crude oil tanker. I don't know where it's going. Flying under the flag of Guyana. Where did it leave from? This ship left from China. Okay. So this ship left from China. Maybe it's going to pick up some oil from Iran and bring it back to China. I don't know. We can do a replay of the past day. Where we do this, we press play. We do the past day. And we take a look at. See that? I bet Gas Fate made it through. That's my guess. These ships, what they do is they go, oh, I got to speed this up. But they've been going around Larak Island, and then that's how they get out. So you can see Gas Fate disappeared. There's Denisa. Oh, there's Gas. See, Gas Fate went right around. Gas Fate went around. There's Gas Fate right there. Looks like Denise is doing the same thing. So we'll look up what those are. And the Yuri went through there too. And Denisa went through too. See? All around Larak Island. Let's look up Gas Fate and the Yuri and the, what's this one? The Danila? Or Denisa? Hang on, I'll show you. Give me one moment here. We were going to look up the Gas Fate, which appeared to go through in the last day. Gas Fate. That is an LPG tanker sailing under the flag of Guinea, and it's headed to Oman. It is an LPG tanker. And then the Denisa, and you can see, if we go to past route track, Gas Fate, it was in the Gulf. You can see what it did. Well, see this right here, that's probably just, oh, hold on. It seems a little off. I don't know that it went this way. I don't think it went over Larak Island. So Gas Fate seems to have made it out. And then how about another one? The Denisa. Denisa, also an LPG tanker sailing under the flag of Panama. I think there might have been some stories about these ships getting out in the past day. Hold on. One of the viewers said it walked on the island. There, yeah, that's what they've been doing. See this one? Went right around Larak Island. Can you see this? I don't know if you can see this. There it is, the Denisa. Let me see. I thought I saw an article today about, or some articles about the ships in Hormuz going through. See if I can pull it up for you. Here it is. I found it. This is from today. Japanese, French, and Omani vessels crossed the Strait of Hormuz. That is from Reuters. And they say three Omani operated tankers, a French-owned container ship, and a Japanese-owned gas carrier have crossed the Strait of Hormuz since Thursday, reflecting Iran's policy to allow passage for vessels it deems friendly. And who knows if there's other exchange going on. Oil and commodities markets are keen for signs that traffic through the strait is resuming. Several tankers and container ships have managed to escape the blockade in previous weeks, but activity was swiftly followed by days of complete paralysis. A container ship owned by France's CMA CGM transited the Strait on Thursday, the day that French President Macron said that only diplomatic efforts, not a military operation, could open the strait. The French vessel changed its automatic identification system destination to owner France before entering Iranian waters, signaling its nationality to Iranian authorities. The vessels that passed through in the past day, you can see it right here. What does it say? They all appear to have switched off their AIS transponders during the crossing because their signal disappeared on vessel tracking data, which is what we've been noticing. Also, the first Japan-linked vessel and the first LNG carrier to do so, the tanker Sohar LNG, passed through in the last day. The spokesperson for the Japanese owner of that ship declined to tell Reuters when the passage occurred or whether negotiations were required. As of early Friday, around 45 ships owned or operated by Japanese companies remained stranded in the region. An India-flagged LPG tanker left the Gulf via Iran's territorial waters earlier on Friday. The India-flagged ship signaled its destination as India Ship India Crew. Anyways, we don't know the specifics on how each of these ships is getting out in terms of why is Iran letting each one out? Were there negotiations for each one? Are they getting paid for a bunch of these? We don't know. Doomy Canuck says there was no toll there before. That is true. Ma Florida thinks for sure that some of these ship owners or ship companies paid for the ships to be put through. The Vicar says a French ship was allowed through the strait today. It is 10:41 Eastern Time. As far as I am aware, there has been no comment at all by the U.S. government on the reported Iranian downing of an F-15 fighter and the search for the missing of the two crew members after one was rescued, and also the Iranian downing of an A-10 Warthog that was on the rescue mission. That pilot reportedly flew the plane out of Iranian airspace and then ejected and was rescued, and no comment on the 2 Blackhawk helicopters, which reportedly in the rescue operation were also sustained damage from Iran firing on them, and some of their crew members reportedly were injured. No comment on any of this at all today from the U.S. government. The pretty Nikki thinks it's surprising they wouldn't even address it. As some of our viewers said, OSINT Technical, who I follow, said the massive U.S. Air Force air bridge to Europe in the Middle East continued today with a number of C-5s, C-17s, and KC-135s slowing across the Atlantic. Hugh J says, I hope the pilot comes back safe. Not just for his sake, but also for what comes next if they don't. Dean R thinks it's not surprising there's no comment when there's an ongoing mission. Oh, thanks to SK. Joe Trusman, thanks SK for mentioning. I mentioned that Iranian state media had posted photos of a helicopter, a Chinook that they said had been damaged in an Iranian attack on a Kuwaiti base. Joe Trusman, who's a Middle East expert I follow, he posted these images. I'll post a link to the images in the chat. He just posted them tonight. But if I can pull it up here. Who posted them before? Was it Mehr News Agency or was it Tasneem News Agency? Tasneem News did post them. Yeah, Fars said that those images were a U.S. Army helicopter that was significantly damaged in the Iranian attack on the Al Adiri base in Kuwait. Nope, no post from Trump about it. Yeah, I'll post a link to the photos in the chat, which is what I just did. I don't own the rights to them, so I can't just start showing them, but I'll post the link in the chat again. Thank you to Monkey Farts for being a member. Thank you so much, Monkey Farts. Very nice of you to be a member and support the channel. Ma Florida thinks it must be killing Trump to remain quiet. Iranian state media Fars posted these and said, the thing about those photos of the helicopter, I mean, it seems like a little strange. There's several of them and they look similar with the front of the helicopter destroyed. So it seems, I mean, I wouldn't, it's not crazy to me if they turn out to be legit, those photos, but I don't know. What is this account? Yeah, there's some Iranian account that said, "The joyful news for everyone, it will spread soon." And it looks like maybe some sort of AI picture of Iranian officials with an American prisoner. I don't know that this is it doesn't look like a government account to me. It says independent account. So I don't really put much stock into that photo and post. I have no reason. There's nothing to suggest to me that that's a real photo. Yeah, I don't know why that one account would have the photo and nobody else has it. It's not even a government account. So I think I saw that photo thrown up somewhere else. It looks to me like maybe somebody made an AI photo, but I don't know. Haley Girl says there is a lot of trash floating around. Gina Lapointe says, I really am shocked Trump is able to stay so quiet. Konstantin Toropin from AP points out that it has now been, it's probably been about, he posted this 6 hours ago, it's now been well over 12 hours. I think over 14 hours, since the first news of the downed jet broke. Konstantin Torpin says, since then there's been a search and rescue effort, reports of another downed aircraft and reports of U.S. helicopters taking fire, and CENTCOM, which is usually quite glad to post war footage, has been silent. CENTCOM silent, President silent, everybody else silent. Jason Nelson thinks no response is coming tonight. Jeff Barclay thinks Trump's silence means shock and awe is imminent. My Florida thinks the IDF has been quiet too. Christopher Noyes says special forces soon. I mean, there could very well be special forces in Iran right now looking for this person. There are some people online who said this has been reported, but I mean, I think I saw like a panelist on one of the TV networks claimed it, but we haven't heard anything super reliable on that. But it would just make sense that there might be. Black Day thinks it's very likely that special forces are there. Just Insane says, it's war. Why does everyone act like there's going to be no casualties? Larry Reynolds says, lots of rumors floating around. Russ Lane says, I'm afraid the missing crew member is in Iranian custody. This is from Iranian IRNA news agency, which I've seen described as having official ties. They claim that in the last 24 hours, there's been one F-15E jet fighter shot down, one A-10 aircraft shot down, 2 helicopters damaged. Okay. That's what we've seen reported. They also claim a drone was shot down in Shiraz, one Wing Loon 2 drone in Shiraz. They claim an MQ-9 Reaper drone was shot down in Shiraz. They claim a Lucas drone was shot down near Keshem Island. I don't know if any of that is true. They say another MQ-9 drone is missing. They say an F-16 fighting aircraft transmitted emergency code 77 in Iraq. I didn't hear about this. Maybe it's possible. Yeah, I mean, 7700 can mean all kinds of things. It's an emergency code, but it doesn't mean it was caused by Iran. I just need, really quick, give me just one quick minute here. Give me just one quick minute. I'm coming right back. Hold on. I would like to be on the air when someone says something about this that's official. I really would. It's 11 o'clock Eastern time, guys. 11 o'clock Eastern time. What is happening? Reuters says downed planes raise new perils for Trump as Tehran hunts for missing U.S. pilot. Two U.S. warplanes were downed over Iran and the Gulf. Iranian and U.S. officials said on Friday, with 2 pilots rescued and a third still missing and being hunted by Tehran's forces. The incidents show the risks still faced by U.S. and Israeli aircraft over Iran, despite assertions from President Trump and his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth that their forces had total control of the skies. The first plane shot down was a two-seat F-15E jet. The second plane, an A-10 Warthog fighter aircraft, was hit by Iranian fire and crashed over Kuwait with the pilot ejecting. Two Blackhawk helicopters involved in the search effort for the missing pilot were hit by Iranian fire but made it out of the Iranian airspace. The degree of injuries among the crew of the aircraft remained unclear. That's true, too. We don't know the degree of injuries among any of these people. And we don't know about the missing crew member. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said it was combing an area near where the plane's pilot came down in southwestern Iran, and the regional governor promised a commendation for anyone who captured or killed forces of the hostile enemy. Trump has been in the White House receiving updates on the search and rescue operation, a senior administration official told Reuters. President Trump, one of our viewers mentioned, just posted twice on Truth Social with nothing to do about this. Let me show you what he said. President Trump on Truth Social. So, 5 minutes ago, thanks to our viewer who mentioned this, Atlas, thanks Atlas, President Trump said 5 minutes ago, third-rate news anchor, in quotes, Jonathan Karl, hold on, of ABC Fake News, the worst and most corrupt network in the business, oh, you can't see it, hold on, wrote another made-up book about me where his stories and reporting bear no relationship to the truth. ABC was already forced to pay me $16 million because of their false and misleading reporting. That was a little George Slopadopoulos error. But Karl is worse. A waste of time, fictitious quotes, don't buy the book. He just posted that. Then he also posted 2 minutes ago, 178,000 new jobs in March. Unemployment down. Great numbers by all accounts, even the fake news MAGA. So nothing about the incidents with the planes and the missing pilot. This stream we've been on a while. We've been on 10 hours and 40 minutes. The stream can't go past 12 hours because if it disappears if it's on after 12 hours. So we don't have that much time left in the stream because I think we're at 10:40. Maybe we can go like, if I can make it another hour. I really would want to get an update on this. That's the whole thing we've been waiting for. I would have never thought that we would get so little update on this. Somebody posted something in the chat about flight radar. I can't even see it now. There's no plane that a ton of people are tracking in flight radar. The most tracked plane has 2,400 people following it. That's not that much. YouTube has the 12-hour rule. It is 7:12. No, it's not. It's 11:12 Eastern time. It's 6:42 Iran time. It's 6:12 Israel time. Shaquille O'Neal says El Iran. Traveling Gato thinks probably not going to hear from Trump till tomorrow. I did think, though, it's possible that, it's 6:42 Iran time a.m. Is there any chance that Iran was waiting until the morning to say something on its end? I'm only here for another day, and then I head back. So, We haven't done a poll today, you know. This is a tough topic to poll on. I'm looking at the president's schedule for Saturday. Movie fan says, I am sure we will know for sure sometime today. The only thing on President Trump's schedule is 8 a.m. the president participates in executive time. That's the only thing on his schedule. One thing at 8 a.m., executive time. So, well, they probably don't know what he's going to do. Probably depends on what happens with this. Executive time is something that's frequently on his schedule. Thank you too. I need to refresh something here. I need to refresh something. Thank you, Carolyn Kish on X, for watching. I think we still have a few moderators left on this very long stream. Let me just shout out some of our moderators here. Oh, I didn't thank Madam Strange, by the way, first. Thanks, Madam Strange, for subscribing, JTB2121 for subscribing, Trace for subscribing on Twitch. Also, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah are all moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, thanks for moderating. Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you for moderating. Thanks, Juliana Martin, for being a subscriber. And Randy Economy. Thanks, Randy. And Linda Belk and Larry and Misha. Thank you. Hey, thanks to Sparky the Human, who gave 10 memberships. Wow. Thank you, Sparky, for the memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you, Sparky. It's nice of you. Oh, there was something about, hey guys, something about an Oracle building in Dubai. Look at this. Look at this. Look what Dubai said. Authorities confirm they responded to a minor incident caused by debris from an aerial interception. Again, once again, they say it's an interception that fell on the facade of the Oracle building in Dubai Internet City. Iran has threatened to attack various companies, I believe like Oracle, right? With Western ties or something. I'd have to go back and look. Austin said they warned that technology companies would be targeted. I forget their exact post, what they said, but it was something like that. Anatolian Alt says they say it was debris from an interception every time. Supposedly nothing ever hits. Yes, it is the company Oracle. That's what we're talking. In case you didn't get that, we're talking about the company Oracle. Old Grizz says it's always debris. That debris causes a lot of damage from pics I have seen. Wonder what a hit would do. Yeah, several days ago, Iran named Oracle among a group of American corporations that it said was enabling U.S. and Israeli military activity, says the Jerusalem Post. It is currently 11:23 Eastern Time. Will there be a comment at some point about what happened today from the U.S. government? Dream Crit says, I find it hard to believe they shot down an F-15. Muse Greg says, no, there will not be a comment. This was not supposed to happen on Good Friday. Oh, thanks to Simeon Peebler for the memberships. Thank you, Simeon Peebler. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. Thanks to, who is it there? Kanera Rabatsioglu. Kanera Rabatsioglu. Thanks for being a member. As one of our viewers said in the chat recently, the downed jet was not a stealth fighter. I'm looking. I haven't seen an update in a while on what's going on, or from any of the press or anything. It's interesting because if the press doesn't have updates, that also means people aren't leaking to them and people aren't talking to them. You know, if somebody was calling the press and giving them new material, they would post it. But it's been hours. Thanks, Lucky Ducky, for the gift membership. Thanks, Lucky Ducky. Also, thanks to Rod Bryles and Jessica Figgins for the Facebook stars. Thank you. In case you missed it, this was reported hours and hours ago. AP says the House Armed Services Committee has been notified by the Pentagon that the status of a second service member is not known after the downing of the fighter jet. Saying that the member's status is unknown, service member status is unknown, generally means the Defense Department does not know the person's whereabouts and they have gone missing. One of the viewers said maybe put a tracker on their suit next time. They're supposed to have beacons with them, I believe. Could he still be hiding, says Chief Hung. That I don't know. One of the viewers said if the person didn't eject, then they might not have survived. We don't know if the second person ejected. Bradley Wood says, why would CENTCOM comment on the downed crew member that's still in harm's way? How would that help the situation? It wouldn't, so that's why we have nothing for now. Well, I would argue that it can be helpful for Americans to hear some sort of information. You can be as unspecific as you want. You could say, we are aware of the reports about aircraft in the Middle East today. We are not going to comment on it any further until we have more information. It's something. Michelle thinks they should acknowledge it happened. I mean, I certainly get not wanting to go into specifics about somebody they're searching for and where they're searching and all that. That certainly makes sense. Clark Townsend said, no, that wasn't. Clark said something about how now Clark's comment flew by. Chat's going fast. Hold on. Marisol DeValley said, emergency meeting at the White House. Things are about to get real. I don't know. I mean, clearly there was President Trump and his national security team was reportedly at the White House today. I didn't hear anything specifically saying there is a new emergency meeting, although someone might describe them meeting at the White House today as an emergency meeting. That might have been what our viewer was referring to. Dark thinks that this is going from a takeaway nuke capability and weaken them for a public uprising to a full-blown war. All right, we are at, we'll probably stream for another, I mean, at this point, I might as well stay with it. Maybe another 30 minutes. We're at like 11:11. And you can't go past 12 on YouTube anyway. But I don't think I'm going to stop and restart. I could always, once we finish, I'm going to stay on a little while now longer, but once we finish, I can always come back on the air if something big happens. Dark Lord Fluffy Pumpkin says Blackhawk down mission took 15 to 16 hours. Look, something else that we don't know is, for all we know, there's more stuff that's happened. I mean, I think it's a healthy reminder. There could be special forces that have been trying to find this person on the ground. There could be plenty of other stuff that happened that we just don't know about, you know? Thank you, Ryan, our member. Ryan says 30 more minutes. Probably that's what we'll go. It's probably what we'll do. Dawn says they might have him already. Hexeth isn't big on communication. Do you mean the U.S. might have him already? Now, I think the U.S. would just announce that if they did. Remember, we don't know the injuries of the 2 crew members who have been recovered. Apparently, they both ejected. That can be very traumatic. And we don't know the condition of the people in the helicopters who were injured. True RC thinks bad news will be saved for later. I guess it's certainly concerning that we haven't heard yet that they have found the other person yet. After this many hours. I've seen no update about the female journalist that was kidnapped in Iraq. You can see American journalist kidnapped in Baghdad. American woman journalist was kidnapped in Baghdad on Tuesday. Police officials who declined to be named identified the victim as Shelley Kittleson. Middle East news site Al Monitor said Kittleson is a U.S. freelance journalist based in Rome who has covered several wars in the region and contributed articles to the outlet. A State Department official said the U.S. was aware of the kidnapping, adding that Washington had previously issued a warning. The State Department previously fulfilled our duty to warn this individual of threats against them, they said, and will continue to coordinate with the FBI to ensure their release as quickly as possible. Police officials said Kittleson was seized by 4 men in civilian clothes and taken in a vehicle. An Israeli-Russian graduate student from Princeton University was kidnapped by Iran-aligned Shiite militia during a research trip to Iraq in March 2023 and was released in 2025. That was from Reuters, by the way. I am looking everywhere for updates, guys. Just nothing. Just nothing. For hours. Nothing from the government. Nothing from Iran. Nothing from the media, which tells me that no one from the government is saying anything to the media. Unless the government has told the media not to report anything else, because it's really sensitive. I don't know. 57 Willer are waiting for some sort of update here. Oh, I didn't even leave the headline, sorry. But remember, there has been no official statement of any sort about any of this from the U.S. government. None. Dolly Clark says it is so quiet. Israel, I don't believe, has said anything official about this, not that I've seen. We probably have about 20 minutes left in this stream. I'm warning you. About 20 minutes left. We haven't gone this long in a while. I was hoping to be able to bring you some sort of update. Oh, is that true? Chris said Israel said they would hold off on bombing runs while the search is ongoing. I mean, that would make sense if they said that. Yes, the Times of Israel says the Israeli Air Force postponed strikes in an area of Iran where the search efforts were taking place, an Israeli official said. The Telegraph claims that U.S. Special Forces entered Iran to rescue a crew member. I don't know that they gave a source for that. I don't know. That's what they claimed, but... Times of Israel said the Telegraph did not cite sources. Again, I wouldn't at all be surprised, but I don't... It's not clear to me where they're getting their information. We don't know about whether the crew members were men or women, I don't think. Michael McGill WA says, all this money being wasted and for what? Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Hey, thanks, by the way. That's nice of you. To TE88 gave more memberships. Thanks, TE88, PFCR. It's very nice of you. TE88 gave a ton of memberships last night and has given so many. Thank you, TE88, for all your support. So nice of you. It's almost midnight Eastern time. Thank you, Johan Rosenberg, for watching. Did I thank Madam Strange for subscribing? I think I did. Oh, thanks Sparky the Human for the memberships. Sparky the Human gave some memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you memberships or a gift sub. When is the White House Easter egg hunt? Is that on Sunday? Is that when it is? Someone said, should it be canceled? The White House Easter egg roll is Monday, I think. Does it say here? Let's see. I'm seeing online it is Monday, April 6th. Lola says April 6th. I do not have the names of any of the crews of these aircraft today. We are, hold on. Oops. I do have a Jerusalem camera too. I didn't even put the Jerusalem camera on. I didn't even put it on. Oh, because I have this one here. Oh no, where is it? Let's see. Oh, I don't have it anymore. I thought I had it. Oh no, don't I have it? Let's see. Let's see. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Yes, here's Jerusalem. Look, it's Jerusalem. Uh-oh. Hey, it's Jerusalem. No update at all. That is correct. Okay, we have... I have to check here. Oh boy. What time are we at? 11:34. In about 5 minutes, I have to start wrapping this up. I can't let it get to 12 hours. Because then it disappears, and so that's what we're going to do. But if there's a big new update, we can come back on the air. But in about 5 minutes, I'm going to start wrapping it up. Do you think like CENTCOM will post at like 2 in the morning? Linda Jane says nope. Evelyn in Maine says dunno. Allison Fowler says that's what I'm worried about. Vigilante says hard to say. Hopefully they can find the missing person. If Iran has the missing person, that's certainly going to have could have very big consequences for the conflict. I meant hopefully the U.S. can rescue the missing person. Yeah, I don't even know what this is. Talk Radio ABC. Some of the viewers mentioned this. Talk Radio ABC said at 6:47 p.m. 5 hours ago, Talk Radio WABC. Are they even live anymore, WABC? I mean, I don't even know what it is. I'm not familiar with them. It says, they have a post that says, General Holt tells WABC that both crew members are safe, citing 2 high-level sources. So I don't know why only this person would know this, why they would only tell it to WABC, why no one else would have this story. So I am dubious. Also, I don't even know what... Oh, yeah. That's retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt is a frequent national security contributor on 77 ABC Radio, often appearing on shows like The Greg Kelly Show and Protecting America. I'm reading about him. It's a conservative radio station, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, so I have no idea why that person would know and nobody else knows, and that nobody else would be reporting it. So I'm not going to draw many conclusions from that. All right, I think we're getting close. Yeah, a couple of viewers mentioned that report, but again, I just don't find it that compelling on the face of it. Could turn out the person has good sources, but I don't know why no one else would be reporting it. All right, so we need to start. We really need to start right now wrapping this up, because No, CNN did not report the second person was saved. They did not. They have a misleading headline that says another crew member was rescued. But that it only says another because in the first headline it says status of service member unknown. So they did not report CNN that both had been rescued. All right, we need to start wrapping this up. I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm very sorry that I couldn't get you any more updates, but I will be keeping an eye on this. If 10 minutes I get off the hour, there's a huge update, I can come back on the air. Okay? The major news networks are all saying search ongoing. Fox, CNN, and MSNBC are all saying the search is ongoing. But I will, if there's big news, we can come on the air again. I hope they find the person. I really appreciate you guys being here for this stream, though. I thank you for watching the channel. Thanks everybody who's been in the chat discussing this and everybody sending me messages. Black Irish thinks, our viewer thinks, the fact that everybody's quiet now means either nothing is happening or people are working on a couple major stories which require actual reporting and less social media interaction. That's what Black Irish thinks. All right. So, hey, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. And I would suggest you turn on, our viewer says, hope we hear positive news soon. Gaff House says that, I agree. I would suggest turn on your notifications for the channel. We have our own notification system. It works awesome. And let's see if I can, maybe I can just, what is the command for notifications? Is it the Discord command? Maybe that's what it is. But you can find the link to our notifications in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. Yes, and I just posted it in the chat, the link to the free notifications. But those are the best ones, the ones we set up ourselves, and they're free. So you sign up once and you get the notifications whenever we go live. Sign up for those. Subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV if you'd like. You can follow me on X for news updates. I'll post stuff on my X account when I hear it, which is @Lookner on X, @Lookner. Follow me over there. And also, if you're on X, I would suggest following on @AgendaFreeTV because I always post before we're going on the air. I post at @AgendaFreeTV when we're going live. I post updates about the channel there too. So @AgendaFreeTV, you can follow over there too. Hey, and a huge thanks to our moderators. They are the best. We have had moderators here during our broadcast. For most of the broadcast, it's been such a long broadcast, but for most of the time they were here, and I really appreciate them being here all this time. They are awesome. Over on Twitch, we still got Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Hey Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. For most of the time they were, huge thanks. Andrea Holder, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. People like Ruth and Leslie Ladyhawk and Roberts May Queen and Beth Mythical have been moderating over on YouTube. Huge thank you. And everybody who supported the channel too. A bunch of people gave memberships and bits and stuff like that. And everybody who supported the channel during the broadcast, thank you so much for your support. That's really nice of you guys. Hopefully I got everybody. I think I did. Hold on a second. Okay, and Thanks to Troy's Reviews. Troy's Reviews became a member. Thanks, Troy's Reviews. So thanks for supporting the channel. Hey, we do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat, it's free. Check it out. I'll post the link in the chat to the Discord chat on Discord. Thanks to our Discord mods for helping out at the Discord chat. Much appreciated. And also, hey, if you watch us on YouTube, I would really suggest turning on the YouTube notifications so you can get notifications there when we're going live. So to also help you not miss a stream. But if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you have to do is subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. Subscribe, click the bell, choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, click the bell and choose all notifications. Okay, now we need to get a move on because if we wait too much longer, we're going to overshoot the deadline on the limit on YouTube and the stream will disappear. Hey, thanks to our subscribers like Ma Florida on Twitch, Wall Street and Shaggy and Baby Duck and Naomi Russo. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. LCS Fox, Clobby, Naomi Russo, Black Day, Midtown Mike. Thank you. And LCS Fox and Twitcher and Tech Slug and Baby Duck and Karcha Runs and Hugh J and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Thank you so much. Wall Street and Shaggy and all the others, thank you so much for subscribing over there. And our Facebook subscribers, thank you so much. Brian Davio, Juliana Martin, Diane Allworth, Randy Economy, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II, Christy Claft, all of our subscribers over there. Thank you on Facebook. And our YouTube members, that guy from that thing, Gav House, Evelyn in Maine, Claire Bentley, Piero Di Palermo, Gregory Scherer, Michelle Hoops, Louis Bill Brout, Austin Batman, Turned Off, Jimmy ZNJ. Thanks everybody for letting me read your comments on the air and writing in with all your comments and questions. I appreciate that. And your news updates, thank you. Thanks for more of our YouTube members, Linda Jane, Evelyn in Maine, Vigilante, Dawn62, Patricia Grace, Troy's Reviews, Gary Baines, Echo Park Mom, Allison Fowler, Ryan, Marisol DeValley, Barry, Knox Corvus, Gary Baines, thank you, Linda Jane, Michelle McGill, Turned Off, Michael Avery, and Casa, and Big Fish Coffee, Danny G, The Sofa King, thank you, Lisa Sawyer, Harper Ann, Claire Bentley, Sinead, Fatima, Bernard Tapey, thank you, CAC, Danny G, everybody else for watching, D. Turner, Aaron, was it Aaron Cheryl Foster? Now I can't see it anymore. Scooter McGee, Sam Bino, Jamie Heim, Magna Carta, Sly Doggy. Thanks Kay and Margaret for subscribing too on Facebook. Janet, Nyreen, thanks for being here. Vince Sita, Darren Charlo, Stormy Dawn Valdez. Thank you. I got to wrap this up. Justizen, Stella Star, Funky, 420 Monkey, Simp Nasty, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on this. Again, if I see big news, we can come on the air and do another stream. All right? I don't have anything else at the moment. All right, that's it for now. Thank you for watching. We will have more coverage, but that is it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.